Analog horror is dying. I see videos making this claim at least once every couple of weeks. If you aren't aware, analog horror is a subgenre of internet horror that draws inspiration from pre-internet analog technology and the relatively unmoderated nature of media during the 20th century. A few recent examples are things like Vita, Carnis, Greylock, and Hare. A few months ago, I asked my audience, are you becoming immune to horror? Overwhelmingly, longtime horror fans agreed on 2 points. Analog horror doesn't hit as hard as it used to, but we still love it for the unique stories that have been told in the genre. So, how can new creators remedy the first point while emphasizing the second? How can newcomers to analog horror create stories that are both more frightening and more interesting? Personally, I think the answer to both of these questions is storytelling. Since you clicked on this video, I'm willing to bet that you're just like me. You've had some sort of experience with horror that you're dying to recreate for someone else. You want to tell a story that resonates with people, a story that scares people. I want to help you do just that. So I'll be sharing 11 lessons that have helped me to tell better stories. I also reached out to 15 of the best respected creators in internet horror. You'll hear interviews from analysts such as Wendigoon, Pastra, and EmortalMarcus, as well as the artists behind some of the best horror stories the internet has ever seen. We're talking Vita, Carnis, PENPAL, The Boiled One Phenomenon, Hare, Greylock, Portrait of God, and more. They've all shared their wisdom with you so that you can craft gutting horror and gripping stories. I hope all of that together will give you a deeper understanding of storytelling and a greater appreciation for the stories you love. Most importantly, I hope that this video will encourage you to make the very best version of your idea real. But if I'm going to be sharing my thoughts and opinions, you deserve some idea of who I am and what I do on this channel. I'm Curmudgeon, and I make narrative-driven horror analysis videos that aim to be deeply immersive. I'm always experimenting with different ways to tell stories, both with my analysis videos, as well as with my own horror series, Panopticon. I've learned a ton about telling better stories since I started this channel, and while there's no silver bullet piece of advice that's going to work best for every storyteller, creator, and artist, I can at least share what's helped this channel to grow, just in case it helps you too. But before we get into that, there are a couple of important things I want to tell you about. Starting right now, to celebrate 100,000 subscribers, the MUDGEON Plush Petition with Makeship is officially live. MUDGEON, the channel's mascot, is but a drop of the extra cosmic ooze between universes. When he first bled through into our world, he had to pick a course of action. Should he tear open a rift to the realm of chaos to subjugate all life in this miserable universe? Or maybe he could display his grand power to earn the respect, adoration, and service of all who beheld him. Of course, there was only one right option, the most diabolical and malicious plan of all, to become a marketable plushie and secure a position as your new best friend. You can welcome this adorable abomination into your home for just $29.99 plus shipping and taxes, and the irrevocable agreement not to share his forbidden knowledge with anyone else. Shipping is available worldwide, so no matter where you are, this bird wants to be near you when you're at your most vulnerable, comfortable, your most comfortable. So, if you'd like to help MUDGEON achieve his definitely altruistic goal of befriending humankind, a goal with no ulterior motives whatsoever, follow the link in the description to sign up for the Makeship Petition. The petition will run for exactly 10 days, in which time we'll need to collect 200 signatures. Otherwise, the petition will fail, the plush won't go to production, and MUDGEON will say, ew, before leaving our universe forever. Thank you all so much for making this channel hit 100,000 subscribers. Now, let's do our best to show Makeship how bad we want this little guy to be real. Or hey, maybe you want to make friends with people instead of grotesque bird-shaped horrors from beyond the bounds of the cosmos. But that can be hard to do if you stink. And boy, would I know. For eons, the eternal death stench of the old great ones clung to me. A bummer, I know. But with the right fragrance to boost your mood and set the tone for your day, Even the memory of that cosmic tragedy can be amended. That's why I'm happy to announce that this video is sponsored by Scentbird. Scentbird is a service that provides you with monthly fragrance options so that you can experiment with new scents to suit your needs. I'll be honest, I'm pretty clueless when it comes to cologne, but Scentbird made everything super easy. I started out by taking their quiz, which helped me to pick fragrances based on my personality. I ended up settling on 2 that I wanted to try: Maritime Triumph by Tommy Bahama and French Leather by Memo Paris. As you can see, they send you the samples in these little magnetic carrying cases, which feel very premium. I thought that the samples would be tiny, but like, you can see, like, that's completely full. Like, that's a lot. This is huge compared to my expectations. It's hard to pick a favorite between the fragrances they sent me. I really love how beachy and relaxed Maritime Triumph is. It's very kind of like bright and citrusy without being too floral. That said, I think I'd have to say that the French Leather is my favorite. I put on like a couple spritz in the morning before I get to work, and it just has these terrific, like, subtle woody notes that get me into a professional, focused mindset, even though I just sit at a computer all day writing goofy videos. Honestly, these are fragrances I would never have even thought of trying without going through Scentbird. A bottle of French Leather can go for like $550. I can't justify spending anywhere near that much on a fragrance when I don't even know what it smells like or if I'll like wearing it. But Scentbird really lowers the barrier to entry for fragrances as a whole. I mean, if you use my link, your first 30-day sample is just $8. Even after that, you can get additional samples for like $16.95, which is crazy compared to the $550 example that I gave a second ago. But even beyond lowering the price point, Scentbird also provides you with the quiz I mentioned before and tons of comprehensive details about each fragrance, so you can learn which scents you might enjoy, even if you're a complete beginner like me. If you'd like to try Scentbird for yourself and start smelling amazing, go ahead and scan my QR code, use my code CROW, or use my link in the description to get a massive 55% discount on your first month with Scentbird. That's code CROW, the link in the description, or scan the QR code for 55% off. Now, let's go ahead and dive into the first lesson. Over the last year, I've learned a lot about storytelling, and I've gotten to see what works and what doesn't for this audience. I'm going to distill all of that down into 11 lessons, starting with the most philosophical and foundational lesson, and generally progressing towards the most practical and actionable advice. So, first up, stories are mostly objective, but to understand why, you need to know how a viewer's subjective experience affects your story. That might sound a little contradictory, but stick with me. Anytime a viewer comes to a new story, their own life experiences become the lens that they're going to view your story with. It naturally warps and colors the objective image of your story in some way. This lens isn't perfect, but it's all they've got, and it's all they'll ever have. Most of you are writing for strangers, people who are coming to your work from basically any background you can imagine, and countless more that you couldn't. A broke college student who spends every dime they have on books is going to experience your story differently than an 82-year-old veteran who just wants to connect with his grandson. They're both going to have a very different experience than a middle school student who's watching your series at full blast through his AirPods while his 2 younger brothers scream and crawl all over him. It's almost like your singular work is being split into 3 totally different stories. So, how do you account for this? You don't. You don't have control over how their experience has prepared them for your story, and you don't have control over the environment that they're experiencing your story in. But you do have control over your story. You have control over what elements of your own experience you put into the story. You have control over the words you use, the scenes you shoot, and the connections in between them all. That's where the shift towards objectivity begins. Storytelling is the most intuitive form of communication we have. We organize the events of our lives into narratives, and then we express those narratives through writing, film, music, even movement. Before we know any spoken language, we know the language of stories. Whether you think it's because of intentional design like myself, or the collective unconscious, or because of common evolutionary advantage, the fundamental fact remains the same. Stories connect with people on a deeper level than subjective experience. They resonate with the human material itself. Okay, that went way deeper into the weeds than I was expecting. But how does all this abstract stuff inform your storytelling? Well, if stories go deeper than subjective experience, then there's an objective target to aim at. And if there's an objective target, your aim can improve. You can learn to tell better stories. Great, so how do I do that? Well, that's where the next lesson comes in. Storytelling isn't just about character and conflict. It's about setting expectations. When I got started working on YouTube, a piece of advice I got a lot was, it's all about storytelling. That's 100% true, but it's really hard to settle on a good, robust definition of storytelling, or heck, even a story for that matter. I used to define a story like this. You have a protagonist with a goal, but there's conflict that prevents them from achieving their goal. The story is the process of the protagonist overcoming the obstacles in their way and achieving their goal in spite of hardship. Problem was, I didn't see any way to apply this to my videos. I mean, horror often lacks strongly defined protagonists, and most characters never achieve their goals. There's fear and failure, after all. So are horror stories just bad stories? No, it's not the stories that are flawed. It was just my narrow definition of a story that was the problem. Character and conflict aren't the base elements of storytelling. They're vehicles to something even more essential. Your viewer's ability or inability to predict where the story is going. Nowadays, I use an incredibly flexible definition of storytelling. Storytelling is the art of arranging and emphasizing information to create a desired emotional response. To be a good storyteller is to be an expert at controlling the release of information and understanding the effect it will have on your viewer. That means that a good storyteller can create more engaging characters, more interesting plots, and of course, in the case of horror, more fear. It's a broad definition because I wanted to include every medium that can be used to tell a story: the written word, sound, visuals, and beyond. You, as the storyteller, are constantly presenting your viewer with new information. The human mind is always looking for patterns and trying to predict what's going to happen next. And every piece of data you present is setting up new expectations for your viewer, or it's shifting their prior expectations. Intentionally creating and tracking your viewer's expectations allows you to keep them oriented in the story. They know mostly where the story is going, and they know mostly what's going to happen. The fun of experiencing the story takes place in that range of uncertainty surrounding your viewer's expectations, and in completely flipping the script on them once in a while. This is where you have the most control as a storyteller, but you might not know it yet. So, let's look at a few ways that you can create strong expectations for your viewer. Good stories spoil themselves. You just don't always know it when it happens. This is what makes some stories so interesting the second time. You get to notice all the little details that you might have missed the first time through. Don't misunderstand, this isn't just a gimmick to reward return viewers. When it's done right, it has a strong subconscious effect on first-time viewers as well. By introducing elements into your story before they become relevant to the plot, it keeps up the illusion that things are happening off-screen, so to speak. It makes your world feel alive and expansive, and it makes your viewer wonder what they're not seeing. I want to tell you about a particularly good example of this technique, so here's a minor spoiler warning for the movie Nope. Go ahead and skip to this time if you haven't seen it. Near the beginning of the movie, it establishes that the main character, OJ, sold several of his dad's horses to a Wild West-themed tourist trap. He pays a visit to Jupe, the owner of the Western Park, to sell one final horse and offhandedly mentions that he wants to buy back some of the horses eventually. Jupe seems surprised and hesitant, but agrees, in the same way a mother might appease her child by promising to buy him a real T-Rex one day. The mention of OJ buying back the horses and Jupe's reaction are very small details within the broader context of the scene, but it sneakily sets up an expectation for the viewer. OJ's never getting those horses back, is he? In the moment, it shows that Jupe is kind of a shady fellow, but it isn't until later in the movie, at the Star Lasso experience, that you realize the full implications of this momentary interaction. Jupe doesn't hesitate to sell back the horses. He can't sell back the horses. He's been using them as bait for the thing hiding in the clouds. That reveal hits so much harder because it's not just another piece of information. It's an answer to a question that's been lingering with you for the first half of the entire movie. Here's the takeaway from that example. Make your viewer ask a question before you give them an answer. Creating questions in your viewer's mind is almost always preferable to giving them an answer they didn't know they wanted yet. If you can keep that up for a story's entire runtime, you create this amazing rhythm of setting, exceeding, and subverting expectations that keep the viewer engaged, but satisfied. Most importantly, you build trust with your viewer. That trust is a resource that you can use to experiment with different ideas throughout the story. The viewer knows you understand what they want, so when things take a hard turn in a direction they weren't expecting, they know you're doing it for a purpose. Heck, even plot holes are great when the viewer knows you see them too. Maintaining this rhythm also enables you to stretch out the time between your questions and answers, enabling what I think is the most powerful application of this technique. In fact, it's so powerful, let's just go ahead and call it a bonus lesson. End at the beginning. The example I gave from Nope only spans about half the movie, but you can go much broader than that. Some of the best stories tell you exactly where they're going to end in the first act, maybe even in the first line. Then you spend the rest of the runtime questioning, okay, how can they get from here to there? Critically, to do this, you have to know where your story is going. Take Lord of the Rings, for example. From the very start of the series, you know what has to happen. The One Ring has to make it into the fires of Mount Doom. But your expectation of how that's going to happen is constantly shaken up by the conflict. Still, that initial promise keeps the viewer invested and oriented in the plot, no matter how many twists and turns there are. That's the power of spoiling your own story. Keep in mind, just because you set an expectation doesn't mean you have to meet that expectation. A lot of the artistry of storytelling is about knowing when you want to keep a promise, when you want to break one, and when you want to leave it open to interpretation. Telling your viewer where the story is headed is a good thing, but you don't always have to tell the truth. I'm not claiming that I've discovered anything new. I'm basically just describing irony and foreshadowing, but it was always hard for me to see how these terms applied to stories I wanted to tell. Maybe I'm just dumb or something, but when I finally started to think of foreshadowing in terms of spoiling your own story, it felt more usable to me in a way. I could finally see how it fit into my stories. It's what worked for me, even if some other way of understanding it should have worked better. I'll talk about it more later on, but I'll admit that the scope of this video is inherently limited. I can't create a definitive guide to storytelling. I don't think anybody can. How I tell stories probably isn't the best way to do so, but it really is what works for me. And I can only share the method that I have, not the method that I don't. Repetition is meaning. Let's start this lesson with an example from my favorite horror game from the past few years. Returnal starts with Selene, a lone astronaut being stranded on Atropos, an alien planet. Around every corner lie tangled, writhing, hateful creatures, each one deadlier and more vicious than the last. The very surface of Atropos shifts around Selene, as though the hate had taken root in the ground beneath her feet. She fights to the death, but death comes sooner than hope. A monstrous tentacle flies at Selene like a whip, smashing her helmet open and causing her body to rapidly decompress. Her eyes bulge and burst, her bones crack and shatter, all her flesh rushes to escape through the tiny opening, and she wakes up once more next to the burning wreckage of her ship. The pain was real. The death was real. It had all been real. But her fleeting mortality failed to free her from the planet. Like hell itself, in all its eternity, had been set inconspicuously among the stars. From the moment you start playing Returnal, one thing is made clear. This world is not for Selene. Not only is Atropos inhospitable for Selene, it's hostile towards you, too. Loop after loop, death after death, defeat after defeat, Selene's pain and your difficulty overcoming the game's challenges create a kind of emotional resonance between you and the doomed astronaut. Then, right when you're starting to feel like you understand the bizarre, shifting alien loop, Returnal throws you one of the most insane curveballs I've ever seen in a horror story with literally no warning. An ordinary American farmhouse, sitting untouched in the midst of the unearthly Atropian landscape. No, not just an ordinary farmhouse. It's Selene's home. This was a really eye-opening moment to me. The loop creates a strong set of expectations for the player. Live, die, repeat. It's so simple, but that repetition makes it an astoundingly good foundation for storytelling. Because Returnal uses the reset as a narrative device instead of simply a gameplay element, any departure from the pattern immediately stands out and is just infused with meaning. Every time the rules of this strange new world are broken, it has radical implications for the story, and the player can feel it every single time. Returnal is a very extreme application of repetition, but you can use it even if your story doesn't revolve around a Sisyphean struggle on an alien nightmare planet. After all, it's part of your psychology. Back in Lesson 2, I mentioned that people are always searching for patterns in information. So let's talk about patterns. A pattern is essentially any recognizable structure that appears more than once. In a horror story, that might be something as atomic as a single word, phrase, image, or number that is repeated throughout the story. Think of Freddy's nursery rhyme from Nightmare on Elm Street, or the lottery numbers from Lost, or even the drawings from Marble Hornets. They're little details, but they're infused with a lot of meaning because they show up more than once. In my Liminal Land analysis, I centered the script around the phrase, "You had to be there." You're introduced to the phrase at the start of the video, but its meaning evolves over time. In Act 1, it defines your role in my investigation. In Act 2, it's the main obstacle to my investigation. Finally, in Act 3, it becomes the solution to my investigation. Look, I won't go on yapping about a video that you could just watch for free. Just check it out if you're interested in another example. When you start to look for repeating patterns in stories, you see them everywhere in horror. The individual kills in a slasher movie are a repeating element. Encounters with the monster are a repeating element. However, cosmic horror is certainly the undisputed queen of horror when it comes to finding the fear in patterns. Look no further than Uzumaki, Junji Ito's magnum opus that transforms something so simple as a spiral into a well of infinite dread. Every chapter of Uzumaki centers around the spiral. Yeah, literally just like the shape. Is it a shape? A pattern? Yeah, let's go with that, a pattern. The genius of Uzumaki lies in its simplicity. A lesser story would explain that the spiral was feared by ancient people or represents a demon or some crap like that, but Ito does something more masterful. He repeats the pattern. The spiral appears and the spiral destroys. The spiral appears and the spiral corrupts. The spiral appears and the spiral unravels reality itself. Chapter after chapter, simply repeating the pattern gives the spiral meaning to you, the viewer. It's scary, not because the author or the characters told you to be afraid of it, but because you've seen what it can do. The story equips you to understand the rules of this twisted world so that you can see how each new terrible piece of the puzzle slots into place. Of course, while Uzumaki is deceptively simple, it's also got some nuances to mention as well. While the threat in each chapter centers around the spiral, the form of the spiral is always changing. The pattern appears in the story as drawings. The pattern of a spiral appears in the story as a scar, a spring, a tornado, and much more. Each threat is the same, but different. This concept is the partner of repetition, variation. Having repeating elements is already a great addition to the story, but if those elements evolve over time without losing their core identity, it creates a contrast that can emphasize the unique meaning of each individual repetition. Same, but different. It gives you, the storyteller, the chance to play with other themes and ideas by attaching them to what's already familiar to your viewer. In Uzumaki, the spiral starts out as the obsession of a single man, before transforming into a massive tornado that threatens the entire town. Even still, it continues to evolve, reshaping the entire town, twisting it into a spiral itself. The spiral always repeats, but its variations become increasingly widespread and esoteric. Those variations give the story an undeniable sense of direction, which leads me to my final point for this lesson. To say that something has direction means that it's moving towards some point of finality. Think of a stone skipping across the water. It bounces again and again and again before finally sinking to its resting place. You know it's going to sink, but you never know which skip was its last until it vanishes underneath the surface. Even a story like Uzumaki ends eventually. You just don't know which spiral is the final spiral until after it arrives. Repetition, variation, resolution. That's the pattern that Uzumaki and many other stories follow. Near the start of the story, some idea is introduced that ties into the broader themes and later events of the story. At first, it's just a lone, potentially meaningless detail, but as soon as that element repeats, it becomes a pattern. It signals to the viewer, hey, this is important, and it makes them ask, okay, why is this important? Every time that element repeats, it becomes a little more significant. The subtle differences in each repetition start to become more apparent, bolstering the narrative's pursuit of its themes leading up to the ending. When the last piece of the puzzle is set in its place, and you see the picture, now complete, you realize what it was all directed towards. Resolution. The last repetition communicates what every other repetition was imperfectly directed towards. When the viewer asks, why does this idea keep repeating? The answer should be contained in the final repetition. Of course, that's only if you want your viewer to leave the story with answers. But you know you've done a good job if the final repetition retroactively contributes some new appreciation for everything that came before it. Keep in mind, you don't just have to stop at one repeating element. Most stories have several of them, layered together, all repeating at different intervals like a drum loop. Repetition, variation, and resolution achieve 3 goals in storytelling. They subtly equip your viewer to understand your story, while also setting up expectations that can lead to the most memorable, emotional moments in the narrative. All the while, they keep your viewer engaged, always eager to see how things will evolve as the story continues. Just like spoiling your story, repetition is a very simple writing tool. But when it comes to storytelling, simple tools used well usually have the greatest psychological effect. It's what we know, what we're most attached to, and it's what we derive the most meaning from. Okay, I could literally sit here for another couple hours talking about this, giving you more examples and breaking them down, but here's something that's even more helpful. Go to the stories you love and look for the repetition within them. I promise it's there. Think about how often those elements of the story repeat and ask what that repetition achieves. Does it help you to better understand the rules of the world? Does it set up an expectation that's subverted later on in the story? And of course, always ask the most important question of all. Always ask, why? As a storyteller, the most important question that you can ask, either when viewing someone else's work or creating your own, is why? When you're a viewer, it can help you to uncover the intention behind an artistic decision. Why did this storyteller choose to kill off this character rather than keeping them alive? Why did this filmmaker decide to hide the monster in the shadows rather than showing it completely? Asking questions like this can help you learn from more experienced creators. However, it's good to keep in mind that sometimes there aren't good reasons why one decision was made over another. That's why I think it's even more important to ask why when you're the one telling the story. Ask yourself, what is this story about? What do I want to achieve with it? What do I want the viewer to take from it? In short, define a purpose for the story. Then, return to that purpose when you have a hard decision to make. Should I kill off this character? Should I hide the monster in the shadows? Or should I put it right up center stage and show it off? No matter what the question is, the answer is usually to make the choice that serves your purpose for the story. Additionally, if you end up with a scene or a character or a plot point that just feels off or misplaced, it's probably because it's running in contrast to the purpose of the story. For a great example of a story that's committed to its purpose, let's look at a series that inspired a lot of what we see today in analog horror, Marble Hornets. Marble Hornets centers around a student film of the same name, created by Alex Krail. Or at least it was supposed to. See, the film itself was never really finished. Instead, Alex stopped production after he started being stalked by a tall, faceless man he called the Operator. Over the span of several months, the camera and tapes that he had bought for his movie were instead used to document the Operator's appearances and Alex's descent into paranoia and outright hostility. Technology is imperfect, however, and the stalker's presence would cause camera equipment to severely glitch and distort. Even Alex's own memories were susceptible to the Operator's unnatural influence. Tapes and memories alike were wiped clean, leaving only a broken record of the horrors that Alex, and eventually his closest friends, would endure. The entire presentation of Marble Hornets is done in a found footage style that modern analog horror fans would find very familiar. The themes of the series are intimately woven together with the material facts of the medium. Alex was just a student who wanted to be creative, but fear forced him to sacrifice all of that, transforming the tools of creativity and hope into a desperate and insufficient defense against the supernatural. Even so, there's a kind of kinship between Alex and his tools, a shared vulnerability to the monster of the story. The Operator is directly able to erase Alex's memories and the tapes that he relies on, and he's able to indirectly destroy the life that Alex wanted. Because it's presented as found footage, the viewer also experiences the holes in continuity that the characters struggle with. There's a beautiful, tragic sort of harmony between the main characters, the monster, and the medium. Every single element of the story serves to further its themes: the fragility of memory, the horror of forgetting, and the loss of innocence. Every choice was subject to the story's purpose. You only get something that harmonious when you're willing to ask, why? Why center the story on Alex? Because losing the creative part of himself develops the theme of the loss of innocence. Why does the monster interfere with tapes and memories? Because memory is fragile, and it's scary to forget. Why go with found footage instead of a more traditional medium? Because found footage recreates the fragmented experience of the characters for the viewer. All of these decisions were made in service to Marble Hornets' themes, but good decisions require commitment, and commitment requires sacrifice. When I was finishing up my last semester of college, I took a film class. On the very first day, we covered relatively little, honestly, with just like the syllabus and setting up expectations for assignments, stuff like that. It was pretty standard, but my professor decided to end the class with a short creative exercise. I felt kind of like I was back in elementary school when he started passing out pipe cleaners, which we were supposed to bend and twist into shapes that would represent the three most important things in our lives. I ended up with a cross symbolizing my relationship with Christ, a ring symbolizing my marriage, and a musical note that represented creativity. We were then directed to wrap the symbols together. That, the professor said, is what a story looks like in your head. A tangle of things that are special to you. When you start to work on it, it's going to be hard. It might become something different than you envision right now. So, if you had to sacrifice one thing, what would it be? What are you willing to cut to make your idea real? I looked at my little tangle of pipe cleaners, and I untwisted the musical note from it. It's a hard choice to make. It doesn't feel good to cut ideas that you're passionate about from your story. But sometimes, that's what makes the difference between a better story and no story at all. And sometimes, you have to make more than one hard choice. You have to decide what's most important to your story, what's most important to you. So, what would you sacrifice to ensure that the heart of your story survives? The ring came out. I was left with only the cross, but it still felt complete. Part of the beauty of a story is in its limitations, and part of defining a purpose for your story is defining the scope of your project. I said it's important to ask why, but sometimes the right question is, why not? A story can't be everything, and often the things you choose to leave out are vastly more important than the things you leave in. Adding more ideas to your story won't always make it better. Usually, the best choice is to cut something that doesn't serve the themes of the story or advance your purpose. It's very easy to get attached to dead weight, the characters, scenes, or dialogue that were invented in the story's infancy, but no longer contribute as much as you hoped. You might have assumed that the story needed those elements. It's very hard to let go of these things, but it usually makes your story better. I took those pipe cleaners with me after that class. I have no clue where they're at right now, but they're around somewhere. I also took away this lesson. To grow as a creator, to make your idea real, you have to learn to make sacrifices. It's so weird to think about how that one 15-minute exercise in an elective class, changed my life, because I don't think that this channel would have ever happened if I kept trying to pursue every idea with every project. I can say pretty confidently that no video on this channel has ever turned out exactly how I planned, far from it. But if you're hearing this right now, that means the project is real. Okay, so some of you likely need to hear this, and I think it's ultimately one of the more controversial points in this video. If you love horror and you're dying to tell your story, you might assume that it needs to be analog horror to be popular. Ask yourself, why? Does your story benefit from being presented through analog technology? Does it strengthen the themes of your story? Do the characters and conflicts have important relationships to the technology or the time period? Are your skills as a creator more tailored towards making horror in this medium? If so, then analog horror is certainly the genre for you. But if the genre doesn't benefit your story, is there another one that might? Is there some other medium or style of presenting your idea that's more in line with its purpose? If so, why not give that a go? Keep in mind, I'm saying all of this as someone who loves all different mediums of horror, not as someone looking to gatekeep a genre of horror that belongs to everybody. It's okay for your story's purpose to be to explore whatever ideas I want in whatever way I want, regardless of how it turns out. I'm not trying to sway your story's purpose at all. I'm simply encouraging you to ask questions for yourself. I'm encouraging you to ask why. Look at your story from the viewer's perspective. I keep talking about intentionally creating expectations for your viewer. We've been talking about the expectations part of that, but now let's pivot slightly to the intentional part. How can you intentionally create a particular connection, question, or feeling in the viewer? Well, a lot of that begins with you, not as the storyteller, but as a viewer yourself. You and I were consumers before we were creators. I know what it's like to want to make something and to not know how. I mean, that's inspiration. In its most potent form, inspiration is the ache of loving something and hating that you didn't make it. Okay, it can also be a lot less dramatic than that. I mean, I started this channel because I saw Wendigoons and I was like, hey, that looks neat, I bet I could do that. But anyway, the point is, one of your biggest strengths as a creator is the fact that you already love stories. I was talking to a friend about this recently, and the way I put it was, great creators are conscious consumers. Know what you love and why you love it, and infuse as much of your love into your work as you possibly can. For example, I really love both Wendigoon and Nexpo's videos, so I kind of aim to be near their midpoint with regards to production and tone. I think the reason many of you found my channel is because I'm basically making content I like, and you and me like a lot of the same things. If you're making stuff in a genre you enjoy, it's easy to get into the mind of your viewer because that's you, buddy. Like, you are your audience. For me, videos like this one were super helpful, but at the end of the day, there really is no amount of education or guidance that can replace your ability to recognize why you fell in love with your favorite stories. Spend some time developing your awareness as a viewer and tell a story that you enjoy. Storytelling starts before your story. One reason to develop your awareness as a viewer is because, in reality, the process of repetition and setting expectations begins way before the first scene of your story. It's deceptively easy to think of stories as a series of rooms broken up by solid doors. At the end of each story, you exit the room, shut the door behind you, and move on to the next, separating yourself from the previous story and clearing your mind for the next one. In reality, it's more like walking through a hall of distinct rooms with no doors at all. Sure, there's separation from one room to the next, but you're always able to look back to the rooms you came from, and the current story is always affected by the ones before it. For example, if you were to go pick up a book about vampires right now, you've seen that concept repeated across so many stories that you have a clear expectation for what the vampires in this story will be like. Same with any sort of monster or threat. Zombies, ghosts, serial killers, you always go into these stories with some sort of pre-existing expectation that the storyteller must work around to make the story interesting. This can be both bad and good. On one hand, it means that certain tropes become tired and dull. If I picked up a book that was literally just about vampires doing ordinary vampire things, I don't think I'd get very far into it. If a storyteller does nothing to exceed or subvert the pre-existing expectations we have for these tropes, then it feels like the story is nothing special. Of course, I think analog horror has its own set of tropes like this. Creatures that imitate their victims in some way or another, the use of liminal spaces, or the prevalence of unknowable cosmic entities. For the same reasons that many modern horror fans would be bored by a story about zombies, I think there's also a threat that these ideas from analog horror are becoming stale. Unfortunately, this will always be a natural fact. People even get bored of good ideas if they see them too often. However, that's usually only the case when those pre-existing expectations are used poorly. Tropes can certainly go stale, but they can also be a very strong tool for you as a storyteller, particularly in horror. Let's look at The Other Side of the Box, a simple but masterful example of a short film that uses your expectations as a horror fan to its advantage. I highly recommend you go watch this for yourself before continuing. It's definitely one of the finest pieces of horror on the site, and I'll have to spoil the best part of it to make my point. The story takes place at Christmas time, when the two main characters, Ben and Rachel, receive a visit from Sean, an old friend. There's bad blood between Sean and Rachel, so she hides while Ben hesitantly answers the door. Turns out, Sean is delivering a gift and a note, both for Ben. Ben indulges his friend and opens the box right away, but it's empty. No, not just empty. Bottomless. As if that wasn't concerning enough, Sean immediately rushes out, apologizing. Rachel returns to Ben, and the pair test the box in a few different ways. Finally, They check the note to see if it offers any explanation.
Dear Ben, I'm sorry about everything before and everything now, but I had to give it to someone. I don't have it all figured out, but I know it can't move while you're watching. Whatever you do, don't take your eyes off of it. It wants you to look away.
Whatever you do, don't take your eyes off it. It wants you to look away. So, a monster that can't move as long as someone's looking at it. Okay, that's pretty standard. Over the last 10 years or so, this idea has become a staple of internet horror, with tons and tons of examples over the years. To me, the most iconic has got to be everyone's favorite peanut-shaped statue, SCP-173. The other side of the box doesn't have to spend a lot of time explaining how this monster works. It's utilizing rules and expectations that horror fans have known about for a long time. It seems like this could lead to the issues with boredom that I mentioned before, but the story isn't over yet. Ben and Rachel have to figure out some way to deal with the thing in the box without looking away from it. Obviously, they know very little about it from the note that Sean left, so Ben decides that their best bet is to find Sean. Rachel grabs a knife and takes a seat across from the box, prepared to watch the man inside for as long as necessary. Ben leaves, but he doesn't know where to go. In the car, he calls Sean over and over again. That's when we get the scene that made me fall in love with this film.
Hey, this is Sean. Leave a message. Hey, this is Sean. Leave a message.
Sean, answer the phone. I don't know why you did this, but I'm gonna find out. And told us what you said. I don't know what I could have possibly done.
What are you talking about?
Sean, why haven't you been answering?
What did you just say?
Why haven't you been answering the phone?
No, you just said, it told us what I said?
Yeah, it spoke. Or echoed. It told us what you said.
What I said? What do you mean? Who's us?
Come on about me not leaving the house.
Ben, I didn't tell it to do anything. I didn't even know it could speak.
Sean, what's going on?
Ben, it's lying to you. I don't know why, but it lied to you.
Why did you give this to us?
Us, you keep saying us. Who's us?
Us, man, me and Rachel. She
was at the house. Ben, where are you right now?
I'm coming to you.
No! You have to keep your eyes on it!
I know, Rachel's watching it.
No, Ben, you! God damn it, I gave it to you! You have to keep your fucking eyes on it!
It can't move while you're watching. It can't move while you are watching. Ugh. This scene always stuck with me. The special brand of fear that it creates is just so masterful. Okay, so right away, the story explains exactly how the monster works. But your familiarity with the trope acts as a sort of narrative misdirection. You mistake what the note actually says for what you think it says. And who can blame you? After all, the human mind is always looking for patterns, trying to predict what's going to happen next. Sometimes we recognize a pattern and we become blind to what's right in front of us. And sometimes there was no pattern to begin with. There's a link in the description if you'd like to finish the story, but I won't spoil anymore. For now, here's the takeaway. Try to be aware of what expectations your viewer might be bringing into your story. This gets back into what I was talking about with the last lesson. You are your audience. The best tool you have for understanding your viewer is to understand yourself. And whether you choose to meet, exceed, or subvert their pre-existing expectations, I think you'll end up with a better story just for being aware of their existence. Besides, not all pre-existing expectations are as niche as this one. Some are baked into almost every story. When a repeating pattern spans a wide range of stories, genres, and communities, they become almost invisible, or maybe synonymous. The 3-act structure is one of these patterns that I use in most of my stories, even when I don't mean to. I heard people talk about acts with regards to stories all the time when I was in high school writing classes, but never really understood what that meant until I was listening through Brandon Sanderson's writing lectures here on YouTube. Different people have different definitions about what a 3-act structure is, so I don't know if this is like the most proper way to think of it, but I like to focus a lot on the transitions between acts. The first act includes a lot of your introductory information and establishes where the story is going. The transition into the second act is usually kickstarted by some sort of acceptance, elevation, or redefinition of the conflict. For example, in the narrative for my myhouse.wad video, you spend the entire first act getting to know the house and its rooms. The second act only begins when you realize that my house isn't a maze, it's a loop. It's a redefinition in the sense that this isn't just a weird Doom mod that's kinda hard to beat. It's a giant tangle of dead ends, red herrings, and rabbit holes that tricks you into thinking you've beaten it, even when you certainly have not. It elevates the conflict by showing that the task of escaping the loop is much more challenging than it first seemed. Finally, there's an acceptance of the conflict, because now that you clearly see the problem for what it is, you can actually start to fix it. Of course, not every story needs to do all 3 of these things. It's enough to just do one. For a more popular example, look at the first season of Stranger Things. I'd argue that the second act of the season begins with Joyce realizing Will can communicate through the lights of the house, Nancy starting to look for Barbara, and Hopper's discovery of the conspiracy beneath Hawkins' lab. This is the point at which every character in the cast pretty much accepts that there's something very wrong happening in Hawkins, and that they can't rely on anyone else to fix it. Act 2 of a story usually consists of the characters exploring the problem, developing a plan, and overcoming several smaller conflicts to put their plan into action. In a heist movie, this would be the heist. In a slasher, this is the part of the movie where you're watching all the characters get killed off, one by one. In my myhouse.wad video, this was the process of solving the majority of the puzzles in the house to get the bad ending. But that's the thing. The true ending doesn't come at the end of Act 2. The transition from Act 2 to Act 3 is the all is lost moment. It's usually the most tragic, most horrific, most harrowing moment in the entire story. The characters have tried everything, and it wasn't good enough. In the My House video, the jump from Act 2 to Act 3 happens when the characters spend an eternity on a false beach, left with nothing but a lie. Happiness is a choice. You solved every puzzle, killed every enemy, cleared every room, and still, the house wins. But there's still one act left. The final act is about snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. It's about making the greatest possible sacrifice to fulfill every promise made until now. The final act is about redemption. Of course, with horror, this can be the reverse. It can be about snatching defeat from the jaws of victory, the ultimate expression of the character's futility and weakness, their final whimper as they collapse into their grave, every effort to survive thwarted. In either case, this is where the story really makes its statement. This is where the skipping stone sinks. I won't spoil any stories by giving specific examples for this part, but I'll give you a short list of stories that do this really well. The first being PENPAL by 1000 Vultures. It follows the perpetual tragedy of the author's childhood as he assembles his fragmented memories into a complete picture. Final act of this story never really left me, and it's part of why I fell in love with horror to begin with. As I mentioned before, 1000 Vultures actually did an interview for this video, so you'll hear more from him later. Another excellent example is the aforementioned Nope. I don't really have too much to say about this movie that wouldn't spoil it completely, but to me, it's a great example of a horror movie that understands the role of storytelling in generating fear. I'll leave it at that. Finally, I'll go with something I only watched pretty recently, Across the Spider-Verse. It does everything that I've talked about in this video far, far better than I probably ever will. So try giving it a watch with an eye towards how it spoils itself, its repeating elements, how it plays with your pre-existing expectations, and how it swings from one act to the next. I think pretty much every second of the movie is a masterclass in storytelling and writing, which is extra impressive considering it's the middle entry of a trilogy. But as powerful as a 3-act structure is, it's not the only way to tell a story. There are plenty of other plot structures out there, but I don't understand them as well, at least not well enough to put them into words that would be helpful to you. I can only tell you what I have learned, not what I haven't learned. Okay, to bring all of that back around to the original point, storytelling begins before your story. The 3-act structure and other plot structures work because you've seen them so many times. They access expectations that almost every viewer has because it goes beyond analog horror, internet horror, and even horror itself. These underlying structures are a fundamental part of how people understand storytelling. I found one that works for me, and maybe it'll work for you as well. If not, do a little research, and I'm confident that you'll be able to find your own method of tapping into these pre-existing expectations. Tell little stories. In the YouTube sphere, there is a lot of emphasis on engagement, each creator's constant battle with the viewer's ever-waning attention span. I used to think this was strictly a social media thing, but I've come to realize how important this is for storytelling in general. I mean, the problem is definitely worse on social media, don't get me wrong, but books, games, movies, they all benefit from maintaining the viewer's attention. After all, the worst thing your story can do at any time is be boring. This whole time, we've been talking about the big picture, examining how foreshadowing and repetition, expectation, and subversion can be stretched out across a story to enhance its themes and emotional impacts. But what if, instead of stretching them out, you tried to compress them as much as possible? What if, throughout your story, you used those same techniques to tell dozens of little stories which constantly set, meet, exceed, and subvert your viewers' expectations, paragraph by paragraph, line by line, scene by scene, and shot by shot? Well, you'd end up with a story that's just as engaging when your characters are standing around talking as it is when your characters are being systematically hunted down and viciously picked apart by your monster. Okay, maybe that part will still be more engaging, but you can make the rest of it interesting too. Another one of my favorite horror short films on YouTube, maybe my favorite one honestly, is Remains by Dylan Clark. Remains is dense with little expectations and deliveries and horror hidden in the environment. I don't want to spoil it all, so I'll just focus on the first 2 minutes of the film. It starts with a slow zoom on a speaker sitting on a table. Even if you don't immediately recognize it as a baby monitor, it's easy to make the connection once the crying infant's voice comes through the speaker. Then another voice, his mother. Behind the monitor, you can see a door marked with big blue letters, Caleb. It's not too much of a stretch to assume that Caleb is the baby and that he and his mother are in the room together. Caleb is crying, but maybe his mom's just trying to put him down for a nap. When he starts coughing, however, it hints to the viewer that something is wrong. Then his coughing gets worse. In the next shot, the mother is standing in front of a shelf with a picture of Caleb, all wrapped up in swaddling cloth in the hospital. So, Caleb might still be a newborn. His mother hasn't even had time to get newer pictures with him yet. She's clearly very concerned for her son, but she seems more focused on the empty shelf above the photo rather than on the photo itself. Why? I audibly gasped the first time I saw that shot. I mean, like, the possibility of Caleb's death is set up by his coughing, but it just happens so fast that I was totally caught off guard. Within less than a minute, the film has already told the story of a mother who loved her son and cared for him in his sickness, but was ultimately unable to do anything for him, all without any real dialogue. She looks at the urn on the shelf, but it's unbearable to leave him there, like some object. The story pulls a double subversion, and she takes the urn back. She isn't ready to let go. We see a shot of the fridge door with a couple more images of Caleb, another one that seems like it might be from the hospital, and some ultrasounds. Dang. Had he just gotten home from the hospital? The mother pulls a microwave dinner out of, the microwave, and goes to the table. The camera slowly pulls back to reveal that she set the urn, Caleb, directly across from her. Next to them, a basket of toys, clothes, and bottles rest on the table. All of Caleb's things, now useless. Above that, there's a sign, "Welcome, baby boy." The small size of the pile and the welcome sign are further confirmation that Caleb wasn't home for very long before... His mother picks up the baby monitor. Just a few days ago, this house was home to the sounds of life. Now it's just silent and dead. She switches the monitor on. Static. At least it's not so quiet anymore. Right now, all she wants, all she has, is noise and pain. Then another cry comes from the monitor. This film does such a good job of constantly setting and shifting expectations. There's just this perpetual decline through the entire introduction. You can tell something's wrong, but each new shot proves that it's much, much worse than you thought. This commitment to storytelling early on keeps you engaged, and that helps you to comprehend the stakes as things turn supernatural. Of course, the expectations set early on in the story continue to evolve through the rest of the film, but I'll let you explore that on your own on Dylan's channel. Ultimately, here's what the lesson boils down to. Everything that we have talked about so far can be scaled way, way down. An idea can repeat, vary, and resolve all within a single episode, chapter, or scene. It doesn't have to be the thing your entire story is built around. You can ask questions that are answered in the next chapter or even the next sentence. Every part of your story should have a purpose, even if it isn't hyper-emotional and dramatic. If you employ good storytelling practices during the less climactic moments of your narrative, you keep the viewer engaged and interested enough to get to the parts where your story shines the most. Draw from more than one source of inspiration. A little over a year ago, I was finishing up my analysis of Vita Carnis. I tried to make something I would watch, and I guess I made something that you enjoyed too, but at the time, I really had no idea what I was doing. I mean, I knew how to write and edit, but I had no idea how to tell a good story. Vita Carnis itself did the hard work of being interesting. Anything of value that I did was largely accidental. Maybe I did a good job, but I didn't know what made it good, and that meant it wasn't repeatable. It's like I knew there was a target to aim for, but that target was invisible to me. I wanted my next analysis to be better, and while I waited for another topic to pique my interest, a friend showed me and my wife Hamilton. Honestly, I expected not to like it very much, but I figured, hey, I'll give it a shot. Hamilton is the single most influential piece of media on me as a writer. It feels really goofy to say that about rap battling presidents, but Hamilton is genuinely an amazing story, and more importantly, an amazingly told story. I think I probably listened to the entirety of Hamilton another 4 times over the next couple of months, learning from it and trying to understand why it had such a powerful effect on me. That's how I learned that good stories spoil themselves, and about the importance of repetition, variation, and resolution, which are, to me, the most foundational techniques of storytelling. When I started working on the My House video, I tried to infuse it with as much of what I had learned as possible, and that analysis is still my favorite video I've made. It was where I really started to develop my own style. I think I told the story well, but even more importantly, it was the first story I'd ever told with any real direction. For the first time, I knew where the target was, and I could finally start to work on my aim. I could make a whole video about Hamilton, but I doubt you'd be interested in that, and it doesn't really serve the purpose of this video, so let's get back on track.
These techniques that I first noticed in Hamilton were present in horror, but I failed to absorb those techniques in a usable way. To become a better creator, I needed to expand my horizons and look outside of horror, and the same might be true for you. The whole point of my section in this video is to communicate what worked for me, but I can only do that in my own words. I've tried to build my own vocabulary for talking about storytelling, and these are the words that are meaningful to me. I can only hope that they mean something to you as well. If they don't, you might need to find the story that gives you your own vocabulary for understanding storytelling, the one that makes the target visible to you. You might need to find your own Hamilton. Or hey, maybe you just need some target practice. If it's worth doing, it's worth doing poorly.
This is the only lesson that is basically just a paraphrased quote from somebody else, though I didn't actually know where it came from until I started working on this part of the script. It originally comes from a philosopher named G.K. Chesterton, if you're wondering. There are 1,000 variations of this phrase, and they all basically boil down to the idea that good things are worth pursuing even if the end result isn't perfect. If it's good to go to class, then it's good to go, even if you're late. If it's good to exercise, then it's good to go for a short walk, even if a full gym session would technically be better. And if it's good to start a YouTube channel, then it's good to make a video, even if it sucks.
You might not tell a perfect story the first time you try, but starting, trying, and failing is the first unavoidable step to getting better. If getting started is hard, that's okay. I've got a couple of tips that might help, or at least they're the ones that help me. A rule of thumb that I use to get started on hard projects is this: if you can't do it, look at it. For example, when I'm writing a script, I usually have a daily word count goal, about 1,000 words, up to 3,000 words if I'm trying to meet a deadline. Some days, I convince myself that I won't be able to meet my goal, and it discourages me from working on the video at all. When I feel like this, I make a deal with myself. I'll sit down, open up Google Docs, and look at the page. If I'm feeling burnt out, I might get a couple hundred words down, but if I really don't feel like writing anything, that's fine. I don't have to work on it. I just have to put myself in a position where I could work on it. That's usually enough to kickstart a process of writing a little bit more each day. With all my scripts, I typically have a few days of writing less than 500 words, a few days of writing about 1,000, and then a few days of writing multiple thousands. It just takes time and some patience with yourself to build up momentum. It's pretty rare for me to actually hit the goal I have for any given day, but the videos still get done, and that's all that really matters to me.
That momentum helps a lot, which leads me to the second tip I have for you. Make your best ideas first, then come up with better ideas. When I started working on this channel, I had some video ideas that I was really excited about, so I wanted to save them until I thought I could do them justice. I mean, what if that turned out to be the best idea I ever had for a video, and I ruined it by not executing it perfectly? I mean, of course, you should always try to tell the best version of your story that you can, but the truth is, brainstorming and coming up with new ideas is a skill just like storytelling itself. If you work on your best ideas first, you accomplish two things.
Firstly, you start with a surge of momentum from working on an idea that you're really passionate about. You learn more from completing one story than you do from starting 10 stories, and you're more likely to complete projects if you feel inspired to work on them. If you're always working on stuff that you don't really care about, it's hard to pick up the steam that's needed to push through the more tedious parts of creating. Ideation is a lot of fun, but when you have to get your hands dirty and make the idea real, it's easy to lose motivation fast. Set yourself up for success by committing to the story that you're already excited about.
The second benefit to making your best ideas first is that you develop a better sense for what made that idea good to begin with. Part of storytelling is about learning to make sacrifices, and when you translate your story from the idea in your head into some sort of creative medium, you're most likely going to end up with a more refined version of that story. It'll lose some of the fluff you originally thought was necessary, and your next idea might start with less fluff because of that. Plus, if you make something, put it out there, and get some feedback, you start to realize that sometimes people want something different than you expected them to. Honestly, sometimes they want something that is worse than you would expect. Sometimes people just want something that sucks.
My favorite musician, Porter Robinson, released an album called Nurture a few years ago. The first vocal track opens up with a line that I think about almost daily. Is it fate? If it's not easy, it must not be. This line is referring to Robinson's experiences as a young, ambitious musician, grappling with doubts about his future. It's basically asking a question. If something doesn't come easily, is it really meant to be? Ultimately, the point of that song is that sometimes difficulty is just part of the process.
Growing up, I always thought that I should do something that I was good at, something that kind of came easily to me. Whenever I hit a roadblock, I thought it meant that I was on the wrong path and that I needed to pick a new destination, but ultimately that was misguided. Sometimes the right path requires you to find a way around the roadblock, and sometimes it requires you to take a long detour through several other smaller destinations. I mean, I went to college and got a degree in philosophy, and I'm not using that. Almost 14 years ago, I remember sitting in probably like a Halo Reach lobby or something with my first online friend, talking about how we would start a YouTube channel together one day. We grew apart over time, but I always thought that starting a YouTube channel sounded like so much fun. A few years later, I started my first channel, recorded my first video, and posted it. Note that I never said that I edited that video. I'm pretty sure I didn't know that was a thing at the time. So yeah, that Minecraft gameplay that I posted was less than 20 minutes long. It took like 18 hours to upload with my family's backwoods internet speed. And it was an awful video. Seriously, 100% the worst thing I ever made. But it wasn't the last thing I ever made. I kept making videos when I felt like it, and eventually I even started editing them. Those videos, as bad as they are, were my stepping stones to learning how to tell better stories. I couldn't have skipped from the shore to whatever stone I'm on right now. It was all cumulative, and it all started by making something bad. Besides, I'm certain that you will do better than 14-year-old not knowing about video editing Crow did.
And with that, we're on to the very last lesson. I really did not expect this section of the video to be so long. Originally, I thought this was going to be like a 15-minute long video. It's not. You probably figured that out already. But anyway, I guess there was a lot I wanted to say. So, now that you've listened to me talk about storytelling advice for over an hour, here's what I want to end on. Do what works, not what should work. I love to think about storytelling almost as much as I love telling stories. I'm always trying to figure out new twists to put on the formula and new experiments to test with each new video. With every project, I inevitably find myself crossing a line where I no longer know if you'll actually like it or not. Heck, this video itself is one big experiment. I have no idea whether or not it will be helpful or entertaining to anyone. Part of me says, that's insane. You should work on stuff you know people will enjoy. And yeah, that approach would make a lot of sense, but it's never been my approach on this channel. and whatever I've been doing seems to make you guys happy, so that's what I'm going to continue doing. So here's the point. If you're already telling stories that keep your audience afraid, engaged, and intrigued, keep doing what you're doing, even if it contradicts everything I've said in this video. It's all theory, and theory should never trump practice. Advice can be very helpful, but you'll get the best results if you put yourself out there and allow your own experiences to inform your creativity and what advice you listen to. I doubt I've given you the best advice in the world, but I can only give you the advice that I have, not the advice that I don't. Besides, the last thing that I want for this video is to introduce stagnation into the genre.
The way forward for analog horror is by increasing the quality and diversity of ideas. Don't take anything that I've said as a rule that can't be broken. This video is not about me getting you to tell stories more like me. It's about giving you options to tell stories the way you want to. The best version of your story is the version you want to make. So I hope that you feel encouraged to put yourself out there. I hope that you feel equipped to make your idea real.
And most of all, I hope that you tell a story you enjoy. So, I have a handful of extra things I want to talk about before we get into the interviews and you get to hear from Wendigoon and Marcus and Pastra and everybody else. But these lessons are a bit different. What sets these lessons apart is that they're all aimed at answering specific questions from the analog horror community. I really struggled with some of these questions, but I've done my best to give you actionable answers that will help you tell better stories, or at least give you another perspective.
A lot of the questions you had boiled down to, how do I make something scary without being cliche?
So I want to try to tackle those concerns through this question from Dark Path 37. They ask, what are some ways to make something successfully creepy without coming off as overdone or just weird? Or how do you brainstorm ideas for a horror story? I don't think it's always necessary to reinvent the wheel. That's half the point of the storytelling begins before your story lesson. Tropes are a powerful tool in storytelling if you use them creatively. They communicate a lot of strong expectations to your viewer with very little effort on your part, but they can become boring if you don't do anything interesting with them. It can get kind of dull when your viewer has an expectation for how a trope might be used in your story, and their expectations are met. Not exceeded, not subverted, simply met. It's not always bad to meet expectations. Keeping promises is a necessary part of storytelling. But experienced audience members might find your story more interesting if you turn that familiar concept on its head. I mentioned The Other Side of the Box as a great example of this, but another good one is the mimics from Vita Carnis. Analog horror is no stranger to monsters who imitate humans, but mimics are subtly different. They can't perfectly imitate people, so they have to rely more on stealth to hunt, wearing clothes, hiding in furniture, and only going out at night. They use their human features as camouflage, but at the end of the day, they aren't demonic, otherworldly entities. They're animals, like a halfway point between an alternate and a xenomorph. Combining ideas like this can be a great way to create something that is familiar but fresh, particularly if those ideas are coming from outside of the analog horror bubble.
Things become stagnant when creators only look within the genre for inspiration. So don't be afraid to bring your outside influences to the table. Now, I'm not just telling you to translate stories from other genres into analog horror. We don't need a Hamilton analog horror. That already exists, and it's called the Monument Mythos. What I am saying is to draw from multiple stories that inspire you, throw them together, and see what you get. You might end up with something really exciting.
Cy Palmer wants to know, how do I make things scary without it turning funny? Sometimes there are things that are on the verge of being scary, but it just goes back to hilarity somehow. Honestly,
I think sometimes you kind of just have to embrace it. I mean, for years, tons of people considered the Mandela catalog to be one of the scariest analog horror series, but it's also the one that spawned the whole Germa meme within the community. You can't scare everyone, and it's hard to predict what other people are going to find scary versus comedic. But that's kind of a non-answer, so let me try to be a little more helpful. I think that part of the key is not making all the fear in your series dependent on a certain image hitting the viewer just right. Frightening imagery is a critical part of analog horror, but it's also the aspect that most commonly slips into the realm of comedy rather than horror. I think the reason that something like the Mandela catalog can frighten viewers in spite of its occasionally goofy-looking monsters is because the context surrounding them is so effectively presented. It's the actions and impact of the alternates that really sells the horror. As far as making good imagery goes, I actually want to touch on that a bit with my next answer. Yadinde says, I've always had a hard time creating the proper phrases and ideas that convey the uncanny side of horror, so I'd be interested to hear your thoughts in that regard. This is technically a writing question, but everything I'm going to say applies both to your writing as well as to making uncanny images. For a while now, I've been kind of perplexed by the uncanny valley. Like, here's the weird thing about it. Fear of the uncanny is baked into us psychologically. So why is it that so many series that rely on uncanny visuals seem to lack any real bite? Why aren't they scary? I think most horror creators have a natural inclination to just do more. We want to create the most unique, memorable monsters for a story so that it's as scary as possible, and that unintentionally results in pushing things to the extreme. I'm not afraid to admit that I made this mistake with the monster in my story, Backroad, and I think it's the weakest part of that narrative. When people talk about the uncanny, it's easy to forget that the term has a pretty narrow psychological definition. It's all about the blend between human and monster, and although it's a bit unintuitive, I guess, I think that most series take that blend a little too monstrous. You might think, we're talking about horror though, isn't it supposed to be monstrous? And I would say, sort of. If you want to go with some sort of insane out there monster, by all means, go for it. That's what I like to do too. But if you want to tap into the uncanny valley, it's got to look almost exactly like a normal human for it to trigger that psychological response. In other words, you're not in the uncanny valley if you can obviously tell what's wrong with a scene or with your monster. The sense of the uncanny comes from being on the fence between comfort and discomfort. Keep your viewer asking what's wrong. If you ever give them an answer, you risk slipping into a completely different type of horror. Roy wants to know, what's the best way to write a horror antagonist with understandable motives without said antagonist losing all of their scare factor? Make sure your antagonist poses a believable and serious threat to your protagonists. They can have understandable motives, but I don't think you can make a character scary if they never do anything bad. Show the pain they're willing to inflict to achieve their goals, and how that affects the characters your viewer is most attached to. Nothing hurts worse than seeing a character who's trying their best get butchered, no matter who's holding the knife. Of course, that means you have to do a good job of making your protagonists likable, relatable characters as well. Otherwise, who cares? Watching a likable villain brutalize a bunch of unlikable heroes is usually reserved for comedy, and there's no reason to find the antagonist scary if the viewer isn't reflected in the characters. T11235 asks, how can you explain or show something truly incomprehensible, far beyond even Lovecraftian squids? I was actually thinking about this quite a bit recently, and here's my personal answer. In modern horror, calling something indescribable is usually just a shortcut to try to slide some cosmic horror flair into your story. It's fine to use shortcuts occasionally, but this one strikes me as very one-dimensional. Worse than that, it's a missed opportunity.
I think it's much more interesting to use the unknown as a tool for characterization. Show the way that your character struggles and fails to grasp what's in front of them. Show the infinite through their flawed, finite view of reality. Yet again, I think the first season of Stranger Things had a cool example of this, with the kids naming the otherworldly creature the Demogorgon. The creature from the Upside Down is totally foreign to their understanding of the world, so they filter it imperfectly through their own experiences, naming it after their most feared monster from their favorite game. Likewise, let's say your protagonist is a career mountain climber. Maybe for him, looking into the face of the unknown feels a bit like the first time he stood at the foot of K2. The first time he realized how little he mattered. Now, confronted with this enormity, he realizes how prideful he had been for thinking he mattered even that much. An inaccurate description in character is much more interesting than no description at all. Sometimes, it's even more interesting than a good description. Nerd Mysteria asks, how do you give a proper exposition? One struggle I find writing horror is that it's hard to begin a story without either being too vague or showing too much. I don't know that there's generally like a proper way to give exposition, but generally speaking, I think most storytellers want their exposition to be as invisible as possible. You want your story to feel realistic, but you also want to make sure your audience has all the information they need to understand the plot, and your viewers' needs can vary radically depending on the sort of story you want to write. If you're telling a science fiction story, you probably want more exposition and world building so that your viewer has the tools they need to form expectations for the plot. If you're writing a modern-day horror short story, you don't need much of that. Your viewer already has most of the background knowledge they need to get a sense for where the story is going. In either case, I think the goal of the exposition is the same. It serves to equip your reader with the ability to make predictions. Try to figure out what questions your viewer will have about the story, and then decide how you want to answer each of those questions, if you want to answer them at all. Then, you just need to figure out how to give your answers in an interesting way. I definitely feel your struggle with writing the beginning of a story. This comes down to preference and style, but I feel like the strongest intros start with action rather than description. By action, I don't mean a fight scene, I just mean that a character is doing something, no matter how mundane it might be. Bonus points if that action is somehow reflective of the broader themes of the story in a way that isn't super obvious at first. That way, you can immediately establish your character, their perspective, and the setting through the way that they perform that action. Things which will affect all of your descriptions going forward. Like I said in my last answer, an inaccurate description in character can be even more interesting than a good description. Because of that, my exposition is always delivered through the perspective of a character. I want my character's thoughts and experiences to color and warp the story. That way, every new piece of information advances the plot and fleshes out my character. However, to stay consistent, that means I can only share exposition if the ongoing action causes my character to think about that information. Otherwise, it feels like the info came out of nowhere. I don't always do a good job of this, but it's what I aim for, at the very least. Now, I usually prefer to write in third-person limited POV, but I recognize that's uncommon for horror. Even authors like Lovecraft wrote primarily in first person, and that style has utterly dominated internet horror as well. So, how do you apply this advice to first person? In this perspective, your protagonist is the camera into your world. You see what they see and focus on what they focus on. When writing in first person, the standards for exposition are pretty different. It's natural for a narrator to want to explain the context for an experience they've had. But even if the expected amount of exposition is different in first person, I think the advice to write in character is still good. If your protagonist is the camera into your story, it's my opinion that they should be a camera with a cracked lens, one that's frequently pointed in the wrong direction and is often out of focus. In short, make your camera a character. I've seen so many horror stories where the first-person protagonist is just
the disembodied camera that bad things happen to. Those cameras give the best descriptions, but they're not very interesting. No matter the perspective that you're writing in, give your characters their own questions and theories, biases and flaws, and let those imperfections color the story as you tell it. Do that, and I think you'll end up writing more interesting, relatively unnoticeable exposition.
This poor soul asks, any recommendations for software or royalty-free background music outside of Incomtech and sound effects? My main hurdle in any creative endeavor is always getting started or making a good plan of action, so tips in that regard are also appreciated. Absolutely. As far as software goes, I use Premiere Pro for all of my editing, although I would recommend learning DaVinci Resolve because it's free and probably better. I've just been using Premiere for like 7 years now, so I'm in too deep to turn back. If I wanted to go the extra mile and learn how to do some really complicated and fancy editing, I would learn how to use Adobe After Effects. It's not really something you would use as an all-in-one editor, but it's got a much higher skill ceiling than Premiere, and you can do some crazy things with it. Of course, if you're looking to do anything in 3D, Blender is a staple of the analog horror community. If you're interested in learning any of these programs, there are huge communities on YouTube dedicated to creating thousands upon thousands of hours of tutorials on anything you might want to know. For audio, I use Epidemic Sounds music mostly. It's not something you'd want to use for analog horror though, since if anyone were to analyze or react to your series, they'd get hit with a copyright claim unless they're an Epidemic subscriber. Aside from that, White Bat Audio here on YouTube has some really good tracks that only require a credit in the description. Finally, if it's ever a direction you're interested in, you can always commission something original through a website like Fiverr. I'm also going to answer the second part of your question along with a question from Ghosty, because my answer to both is pretty much the same. Ghosty asks, how do you properly plan/write out a story without it just coming out incoherent and the timeline being awful? So, as far as making a plan of action goes, I'm going to assume that you've already got some concept of a story that you'd like to tell. You just need help with execution. There are a lot of different ways to get started, and I definitely don't know them all, but I'll describe my approach.
Usually, I start out by deciding where I want my story to go. For myself, I need to have an endpoint in mind that everything is directed towards. No matter what story you're telling, it's gonna feel more cohesive and more focused if you know where your story is going to start and where it's going to end. From there, I usually move on to considering how each tool in my toolkit could help tell this particular story. Which elements could repeat throughout the story, and how often? How will that repetition serve the themes of the story? How can those elements change with each variation? And what is each variation ultimately directed towards? What is that element's resolution? I'll ask myself tons of questions like these, and that will usually give the story a greater sense of organization and direction. It's good to know where your story starts and ends, and then from there, figuring out your repeating elements helps to flesh out the middle of the story.
The next thing I do is figure out what will generally be happening in each act of the story, and which scenes will initiate the transitions between acts. That way, anytime I sit down to write, I have a checkpoint to work towards. Not every scene needs to be directed squarely at the ending, just towards the next act. It's the acts which are directed towards the ending. Spoiling the story is usually something I leave to be done in the moment when I'm sitting at the keyboard actively writing. I want to keep the end of the story and its broader themes in sight, and regularly make little references that can only fully be understood when the viewer knows the ending. Same with telling little stories. I'm sure you could do something really cool and intricate with this technique by planning it into the story, but I get better results when I do it on the fly. Do what works, not what should work, and all that. But hey, like I said, there are plenty of other good ways to start brainstorming for a story. Another great example comes from a channel here on YouTube called Local Script Man. Decide on a main theme, idea, or situation for your story. Then come up with a bunch of perspectives that someone could have regarding that central idea. Then take each of those perspectives and turn them into a character. The conflict arises from each of those characters working out the differences in their perspectives. Or in a horror story, maybe each character's death is brought about by the flaws in their perspective. Anyway, he does a great job of explaining this idea and much, much more on his channel, so please go check it out. Cookie Cutter writes, how do you create a spooky narrative that doesn't seem too forced, or a horror story that doesn't fall back into big scary monster kills number of people in a rural area? More like focusing on normal things corrupting or twisting into darker meanings, turning to something more uncanny. Okay, so your question is one that I feel like I have a pretty decent answer for. I think the best thing you can do is to look at what really scares you personally. When I was writing Backroad, I wanted to tell a story that tapped into all the fears that I experienced when driving on dark roads at night, not just the supernatural ones either. I also wanted to include the anxiety of falling asleep at the wheel, the insufficiency of light, the sense of isolation, and the dangers of being perceived as an outsider. I think those are the things that really made the horror in that story work, not really the monstrous aspects of it. Ask yourself, what elements of my day-to-day life make me feel unsafe and uneasy? And consider how you might communicate your fear found in the mundane to other people. You might end up with something that's actually pretty unique. If that doesn't do it for you, consider the things that make you feel comfortable and think about what it would take to invert that feeling. What would make you feel unsafe around your friends or your family? What about your house? Your pets? How could the things that you rely on most betray you in the most horrific way? That's the philosophy behind a movie like Skinamarink. It corrupts comfort and sources its horror from the things which should make us feel secure. Few things are as unsettling as realizing you've let your guard down for something that wants to do you harm. Snailbones ponders, how do you avoid breaking tension, or what ways can you scare the audience beside using jump scares? Keep the viewer asking questions that demand immediate answers, and withhold those answers from them. I'll go back to the example of Uzumaki from before. Anytime the spiral appears, you know it's only a matter of time before things go wrong, so you just sit there, asking yourself how it's going to twist the situation into something awful. Normally, you never get an answer to that question. Ito only tells you how things did go wrong, once the pain and tragedy has already arrived. To create tension, you need to make your viewer care about your characters or your world enough for them to want things to go well. Then, to rob your viewer of their sense of security, you have to establish an expectation that things will go wrong, or at least could go wrong. I'm backtracking a bit here, but you have to be comfortable with bad things happening to good people in your story, or else there's no threat to the viewer's emotions, and that's ultimately where that fear comes from. There's no horror in a story where everything happens just as you want it to. Hollow Angel inquires, what are some ways you can draw out a horror plot over a long stretch of writing? For example, if I wanted to create a story spanning multiple books, how could I keep the horror relevant and shocking throughout the story without boring the readers or making the story too predictable? By the nature of horror, if you hold out the tension over a long enough time frame, it's going to be exhausting to the reader. Any emotion that's constant will eventually become normal, or worse, boring. By creating contrasting emotions during different parts of the story, you keep your story's teeth sharp, and the horror can maintain its bite. So, the question becomes, what value are you giving your reader in the downtime? How do you keep them emotionally invested in the plot? In my opinion, you do it the same way as you would with a shorter story. It's just scaled up. If I were writing something long, a trilogy of horror novels, let's say, I would start by mapping out my narrative at the highest level. I want to know where the full story will begin and end, and I want to know where each individual book will begin and end. Making the story feel complete for the reader starts with defining a complete story. Besides, you can always make changes down the line. You might notice that, for a trilogy, This is basically the same as putting the story into the form of a 3-act structure, like I mentioned before, with each book serving as one act of the broader plotline. However, my horror trilogy isn't just going to have 3 acts. Instead, I'd plan for each book to have its own set of 3 acts, so that each book feels like it's building towards its own individual conclusion, while also setting expectations for what's to come in future installments. The trick here is to layer your storytelling techniques so that the entire story has a sense of direction and purpose. Include patterns that repeat, vary, and resolve across all 3 books. Spoilers in book 1 that no one will even understand fully until book 3, and shorter stories that reflect the broader themes of the story in more concise ways. All of that being said, I haven't written anything quite like that yet, so take it all with a grain of salt. But man, this question really makes me want to take another stab at the horror epic fantasy series I was writing a couple years ago. Finally, Sam the Hunter asks, how do you reveal information about a creature without oversharing?
First and foremost, don't reveal information just for the sake of revealing it. When you're excited and passionate about the story you're telling, it can be very easy to info dump all your world building right at the start of the story, but that leaves nothing to be revealed in later scenes.
This ties back into a point I made earlier. Give your viewer a chance to ask questions before you give them answers. The question is really about how much your monster should be unknown. If you want to tap into the horror of the unknown, be intentional about what questions you want to leave your viewer with. Answers almost always reduce fear, but some answers are helpful for pursuing your themes. It's a trade-off. Sometimes, what you give up in terms of ambiguity will earn you back a deeper investment into the characters and the plot. Is that trade-off worth it for your story? That's for you to decide. I'll share my very last point with a bit of caution. Sometimes, a lie can move the story along just as well as the truth. But you need to make sure that false promise isn't the thing motivating your viewer to stick with the story. Otherwise, they'll end up disappointed and dissatisfied. The lies you tell should be told from the perspective of a character and based on their misunderstandings. That way, you can shape expectations while still cashing in on the fear of the unknown later on when the character realizes their mistake.
Okay, so there was a lot of overlap with the questions, so even if I didn't answer your question specifically, I hope that my answers were helpful to you. If you have more questions, feel free to leave those in the comments below, and I'll try my best to go ahead and get you a response at some point. And with that, it's finally time for some interviews.
In each of the following interviews, I asked the creators 5 personalized questions and 5 standard questions. The standard questions are: what is your favorite piece of horror? What is the most influential piece of non-horror media on your work? What is the best piece of creative advice you've ever gotten? What creators do you want more people to check out? And finally, where's the best place to find your work? These questions were designed to do 3 things. Primarily, I wanted to give you an idea of where the creator is coming from, their influences and inspirations, that kind of stuff. Secondly, I wanted to highlight the differences between each creator's views on the genre and their perspectives on storytelling. Finally, I wanted to give you a wide range of stories and creators to be inspired by after this video is over. So, with all that out of the way, let's go ahead and dive into the first interview. 1000 Vultures is the author of PENPAL, a story that many consider to be the finest horror story ever produced online, myself included. PENPAL unquestionably altered the course of my life, but I'll save all my personal thoughts about the story for my analysis video when it releases. While PENPAL was originally a creepypasta, it really transcends the label. It helped solidify internet horror as a serious pursuit, especially for independent creators and writers. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start with a hard one. What is your favorite piece of horror?
Favorite piece of horror? Come on, man. Okay, let's avoid sneaking like 20 things in here and just say The Thing by John Carpenter. GG, game over. I think human horror is the horror that I prefer. and I think that the thing manages somehow to have its dread grounded in interpersonal paranoia while also being rooted in something that's like incomprehensibly grand. The characters are really well defined. They're all grasping their way through a problem that they're not equipped to solve. In spite of the fact that they're more equipped than like any other group imaginable, they're isolated, unable to seek even a moment of respite. Each person's only able to trust himself. That's not enough. The best solution to their plight is the worst case scenario for any other story. And that's all before we even start talking about the practical effects or Kurt Russell's Hare. Perfect movie, perfect story.
What is the most influential piece of non-horror media on your work?
It's always hard to pinpoint things like this because I know I'm probably influenced by all sorts of stuff that I'm not even aware of. For all I know, it's the Aladdin movie from the 90s. There are lots of non-horror books that have changed the way I look at storytelling, things like Blood Meridian or Lord of the Flies. They're all dark, but not strictly horror. I want to say it's something like The Plague Dogs by Richard Adams. You've got these two dogs, Snitter and Ralph, and you follow them as they're pursued in ways and for things that they can't even begin to comprehend. The whole time you're watching their bond strengthen as the world tries to break it. Things like that really get to me, and I can feel their influence when I set out to tell a story. Those relational bonds are what matter. Everything else is just window dressing.
What does storytelling mean to you?
If you're asking what I think storytelling is, I'll just say it's a kind of vehicle for ideas. If you're asking why I think it matters, I think it's what those ideas mean and do for us. I guess I think of stories as a kind of lens that allows us to sharpen our views on the world, each other, ourselves. They're kind of a way of distilling and abstracting aspects of our life so that we can clarify what matters. In stories, we can explore things like love and hate and fear and guilt, things that are already familiar but presented in a way that's free from the tangle of our lives. Or we could just have a good time. We need more room for stuff like that anyway.
Does horror demand any radical departures from a more traditional story structure?
I think the best horror, or at least the horror that I like the most, doesn't really require any radical structural departures. If we're talking about like a 3-act structure, then the highs and lows can and probably will fall around the same beats. They just might look a little different. If it's a downward arc, then you're going to be landing in tragedy territory, which is still well-traveled ground. Of course, you can approach a horror story from a perspective of spectacle and leave some core principles of structure behind, but that's true of most genres. I tend to think of horror as a kind of envelope, a delivery mechanism for the story you're ultimately trying to tell. At its core, it's still about things happening to people. Those things just happen to be horrible.
How do you develop a story like PENPAL, where everything is told out of order without losing track of the plot, characters, and themes yourself?
Well, I should have had it all mapped out in some well-schemed flow chart with red strings across a corkboard. But really for PENPAL, it was all kind of held together in my head with like storm-damaged duct tape. Originally, what became PENPAL was only ever going to be the first chapter, Footsteps, but people dug it and I was having a really good time, so the narrative, characters, and even themes grew with each chapter. I never made any notes because it took me a while to even understand where I wanted to take that story, but once I realized it was about love, and yes, PENPAL is a love story, I don't know where all my Valentine's Day sales are. Everything else kind of crystallized. Each chapter kind of boxed me in chronologically, which actually helped keep everything straight because there were limitations put on what I could do since I was always building towards something I had already written. And when it came to thematic stuff, I just tried to attend to the path that I was on. Even as I was writing the last chapter, I had a few different ideas of how it would end, but since the core of the story had become so clear to me, a few of the routes got closed and left me really with only one heading.
What do you think set PENPAL apart from other creepypasta for so many readers, aside from the competent writing, grammar, and spelling?
It feels kind of weird answering this question because I'm still surprised and delighted by the staying power that PENPAL seems to have. I'll let others speak to its quality, but I think things like luck and timing can't be overlooked. When I started posting those stories, there weren't a great deal of long-form, serialized creepypastas. Most were bottle stories of digestible length, just kind of being passed around. I started posting PENPAL to No Sleep at a time when there were only maybe about 50,000 members, and I think that there was an appetite for something a bit longer, and maybe that was a bit more of a straight-up bummer. So I think in the end it was a combination of things. The quality of the story, but then right time, right place, and just kind of sticking with it and trying to post consistently.
Was there a point when you were working on PENPAL where you realized you had something special on your hands, like a particular beat in the story or a specific scene, something like that?
I think there were probably a few points like this for me, some while I was writing and some after posting the stories. When I saw how well received Balloons was, it showed me that Footsteps wasn't just a one-off, that people were interested in the story or stories that I wanted to tell. The same was true after I posted Screens, because I knew roughly how I was going to end the story, and I had managed to hold enough attention that I thought people might care about how the whole thing ended. I know that was really special for me. As far as specific beats or parts, I really enjoyed writing the Boxes chapter, especially the second half. Working on that made me realize what the core of the story was. It showed me that I could shift the tone and the way that the characters played out away from how I'd approached things in the first 2 chapters. I think that freed me up to take new routes, and I saw that I might have something really interesting on my hands.
What is the best piece of creative advice you've ever gotten?
I'm not sure a discrete piece of advice or an aphorism has been dropped on me that's changed my approach, but that's just kind of due to the way that I interact with people and how isolated I tend to work. Maybe kill your darlings. I think rather than a piece of advice, it's been kind of a practice. I know that putting my work into the violent hands of people that aren't primarily invested in my feelings has been really helpful, because it forces me to defend and fight for elements of my story that I might have decided on just kind of by default. Advocating for certain things that I've just assumed to be integral means that I have to kind of make a case to convince not the person who raised the issue, but myself. And that can be really clarifying in a lot of ways, and that's become my process for everything.
Are there any other creators aside from yourself that you'd like more people to check out?
Yeah, for sure. Mix of old and new, popular and lesser known. Writers, Blake Crouch for some pretty cool, fun sci-fi stuff. Brian Caitling and the Vor trilogy for some weirdo fantasy kind of Elseworld stuff. The Notebook trilogy from Agoda Christoph. It's not a Ryan Gosling. This is not a romance thing. It's much weirder and more horrible. Stephen Graham Jones is doing some really cool stuff. Nick Cutter's always good. Madeline Miller, Cormac McCarthy. I guess probably like 10,000 more, but I'll stop there for that. For films, there's definitely going to be just too many to list. So I'm just going to say The Mothman Prophecies, starring Richard Gere and Laura Linney. I saw this in high school. I had no idea what it was. And then I had this long, meandering route driving home, and it really got under my skin. I will argue with anybody for any amount of time that this movie is good and worth watching and creepy. It's got like a really uncanny feeling to it. I love the movie. Most people I talk to aren't of the same opinion, but I guess that just means that most people I talk to are just categorically wrong about important things. And this is going to be your fault, not mine, because you didn't specify, you just said creator, so that's a whoopsie. I'll throw out some bands. Black Braid, really, really good solo indigenous black metal from New York. Chain Cult, Dead Boys, Numenorian, Hellripper, Midnight, Blue Oyster Cult. My buddy's got a music project called Subatist, really good, like lo-fi chill beats. That's actually really good for writing. And Max Richter. I use this stuff all the time when I need something without lyrics, when I'm trying to get work done.
Finally, where's the best place for people to find you and your work?
1000vultures.com. Your one-stop shop for all the ways to find my work and get in touch and sit in silent judgment of my attempt at designing a usable and aesthetically pleasing website. I did my best. I don't want to hear about it. I think it looks pretty good. And my mom always said that's all that matters. That's 1000vultures.com.
For each of these interviews, I want to briefly close them out by talking about what I've learned from that creator, something I particularly like about their work, or maybe even one of their interview answers. For example, I've learned a lot from PENPAL, but narrowing it down to just one thing, I would say that PENPAL is the story that taught me how good a horror story could be. Before it, the best horror I'd experienced were things like The Portraits and The Rake. Those stories are creepy, but they don't really make you feel anything besides fear. PENPAL evokes a rich array of emotions from the reader and genuinely makes you care about the characters, and that makes the elements of fear and horror immeasurably more potent. Chilling Abyss is a smaller creator in the space, but that means absolutely nothing for the quality of their work on their analog horror series, Arcadia. This series has the coolest setup for just about any analog horror series I've ever seen, and the execution of the concept is also top-notch. I'm really excited to highlight Chilling Abyss in this video because, to me, Arcadia is a prime example of the fact that analog horror still has a lot of life left in it. Some of the best analog horror series are out there right now, just waiting for their shot to impress a wider audience. What is your favorite piece of horror? My favorite piece of horror would be the SCP Foundation Wiki. The amount of creativity within the wiki is amazing, and it's filled with thousands of great stories. It's influenced me the most when it comes to the storytelling of my series, and it's an example of what the storytelling in analog horror can be. What is the most influential piece of non-horror media on your work? The most influential piece of non-horror media for me would be the music by a creator called Fine Sir 158-466-0650. They have a strange name and even stranger song names, but I've listened to all of their music hundreds of times. Their music has influenced my series heavily. When I'm looking for inspiration, I listen to their music. How have you drawn from the work of other analog horror creators to fuel your own creativity? Analog horror has always interested me in its way to tell a story in an old analog format. Other big analog horror creators have created the pillars that most analog horror series now follow. When creating my series, I also followed those same pillars, but I also wanted to add in my own style and storytelling to differentiate my series from the thousands of others. I did this by creating an interesting and somewhat easy to understand story with unique 3D and atmospheric music elements. What has been your audience's response to different production styles, such as 3D versus 2D? How about the response to more story-oriented episodes versus more horror-oriented episodes? I found that my audience response to 3D and 2D has been that people enjoy both production styles equally. In the past, I had the fear that people only wanted to see videos with 3D, but after the release of The Signal, with it being only 2D, I realized that people enjoy both styles, and that the most important factor is storytelling. The response to story-oriented versus horror-oriented is a little more interesting. While people enjoy the horror-oriented episodes, people really enjoy the story-oriented episodes. I get a lot more positive vocal feedback about the story compared to the horror episodes. Has working on your own project affected your appreciation of other horror? How so? Yes, working on my own project has affected my appreciation of other horror. While it may be easy to add a ton of jump scares to artificially create something scary, it takes a lot of work to create genuine fear through visuals and storytelling. I now appreciate when the horror genre is able to create genuine fear with a good story and simple visuals. A scary image will frighten you for a short time, but a scary image with a story will stick with you for much longer. What's been the biggest challenge to you as a smaller creator in the genre? How have you attempted to overcome that challenge? The biggest challenge as a small creator in the genre would just be standing out. There are a lot of amazing creators out there, and a lot of analog horror too. I want people to feel like they're seeing something new and not something they've seen hundreds of times before. This is why I incorporate 3D animations into my videos. 3D animation is time-consuming, and it's hard to make it look somewhat good, but it does make me stand out a little more in the sea of analog horror. What has been the most rewarding part about creating your series? The most rewarding part about creating my series would be the comments and reactions that I receive. I love seeing what people think about the series, the good and the bad. It helps me learn what works and what doesn't. It gives me the motivation to keep on improving and to make the best videos I can. What is the best piece of creative advice you've ever gotten? Don't be afraid to make mistakes. It gives you a chance to try again and make something even better. Are there any other creators aside from yourself that you'd like more people to check out? There's a creator called Burger Scum that makes an amazing series called Maple 9. Their series has such high quality that I'm surprised they don't have more subscribers. I recommend anyone who enjoys analog horror to check them out. Finally, where's the best place for people to find you and your work? The best place for people to find me and my work would be at Chilling Abyss on YouTube and at Cold Winter Cabin on Twitter/X. I think what impresses me most about Arcadia is how ambitious of a project it is. Their series has tons of amazing audio work, stellar writing, and a lot of really complex 2D and 3D visuals, and it incorporates a lot of fun ideas in a way that always feels earned. And it's all done by one person. I can't even imagine how much work they're putting into each episode of the series, and it's always really cool to see how the world of Arcadia is being brought to life a little more with each episode. Oh, and also, I 100% second that recommendation on Maple 9. I checked it out after reading through this interview initially, and dang, it's really good, very well produced, and super underrated. I'm not even sure this guy needs an introduction on this channel, but here we go. Darian Quilloy, the master of monsters himself, is the creator of Vita Carnis. This analog horror series is best known for its lovable and loathsome monsters, its use of practical effects and body horror, and of course, for having some of the most horrific and uncomfortable audio design in analog horror. You probably also know that my video on Vita Carnis is the one that got my channel off the ground, so I always owe Darian a special thanks for that. What's your favorite piece of horror?
My current favorite piece of horror media would be the 2018 film Annihilation. With how it ties together several different types of horror, the ending, and how everything just makes you think about the film after it's done. It's just a lovely piece that I very much enjoy.
What is the most influential piece of non-horror media on your work?
I would say the most influential piece would be when I was a little kid. My father had a D&D monster manual guide, and I would just flip through the book looking at all the fun pictures. But looking back on it, I guess this was the first real introduction to fictional creature design. Even when I was a little kid, I liked animals like bugs and fish and sharks, but this was my first introduction to fictional creatures.
What do you think makes a good monster design?
In my opinion, what I think makes good creature design is how memorable it is. When you think of a horror creature, the first thing that usually comes to mind is a specific characteristic trait that it has physically, or a specific way it acts. Because you could have any old creature. You could have a skinny skeletal creature that's pale and has like sunken in eyes, and it has like sharp teeth, longer limbs, so on and so forth, which in itself is scary, but it's not very memorable. It kind of blends in together with a bunch of other creatures that already exists. So if you want to make something more memorable, or something that people will see later down the line or think of down the line, try adding a feature or a characteristic or a behavior that stands out compared to other creatures.
How do you strike a balance between fear and humor in your work?
It's not something I usually consciously try to do. I would say it's timing and how much you incorporate both types of emotion, because fear and humor are both subjective. Each person has their own ideas of how fear and comedy works. So it's kind of impossible to get perfect balance, but if you work with what you like and what you think works for yourself, then it doesn't really matter in the end. All that matters is what you think.
What are the biggest challenges that you've faced when planning out the future of your series? Are there any particular pitfalls that you think are easy for new analog horror creators to fall into in the early stages of creating a series?
The most challenging thing I face is the burnout. What most people don't realize about my work is that it's mainly just me. I get voice actors and I get some peers to help me film here and there, but Editing, artwork, music, 3D, all that fun stuff is me. And that stuff usually takes time and planning, so there's a decent bit of pressure behind working with all this. So finding the balance between working and relaxing and not working on anything so I don't lose all that build-up or momentum when I'm working is fairly difficult because I want to try to finish it as soon as possible, but good things take time.
For new horror creators who are looking to branch out from using simple images and text in their series, what do you think are the most accessible, versatile, and impactful skills or programs to learn?
One of the most important skills that I utilized, in my opinion, is your creativity. From what I see from newer horror series, especially with more recent stuff here and there, they reuse the similar tropes that are often used in other series. There's nothing wrong with that. I use a bunch of my own series. But, to an extent, it becomes a bit repetitive, and people are a bit tired of seeing the same thing over and over and over again. So, put your own twist on things. And do something fun or creative or add your own little twist to make this your own. And if you need help with that, the internet is your best friend. There are so many YouTube tutorials, DIY instructions that you can find. They are your best friend. Utilize them as much as you can.
Knowing that you plan to complete work on Vita Carnis Season 2 before releasing it, how does the mental load compare to releasing each episode as it's finished? Would you recommend that other creators experiment with that approach?
It has had both its benefits and its drawbacks. Huge benefit to structure, story and quality, flow, work. It fits together much more nicely than working on individual episodes one at a time, but it does take a lot longer. Plus there's the added pressure on wanting to release it as soon as possible, but you're literally working on several episodes all at once, and people are like, where's the next episode? But it's mostly just pressure on yourself is a bit more, but the overall production benefits immensely.
What is the best piece of creative advice that you've ever gotten?
I have 2 quotes that I use daily. The master has failed more times than the apprentice has even tried, and practice makes progress. It utilizes how when you, for example, when I'm drawing something and I'm not too proud of how it turned out, or I feel like I just can't get it to reach the standards that I want, and I'm not happy with it, I say, great, this is a perfect learning experience as to why I'm not happy about it, what I could do about it to change in the future, and moving on. It helps utilize patience and workflow, and to not be upset with yourself when you're not happy with a product you make, because it's just another experience to learn from, and now you get to move forward.
Are there any other creators aside from yourself that you'd like more people to check out?
So some other creators that greatly helped me in my journey as an artist and a creator is when I first started Instagram, 3 people showed up on my feed, which inspired me greatly. Apologies if I butcher your names. Deadly Melodic, Peak JHA, and Trevor Henderson. Those artists were the first people that I was met with when I first started posting my artwork to Instagram, and I think they greatly inspired where I am today.
Finally, where's the best place for people to find you and your work?
My main platform is Instagram. Everything else that I do is in my Linktree, which is in the link in that bio. And of course, you know me for my YouTube stuff, at Darian_Quilloy.
Vita Carnis is one of a few projects that taught me just how important it is to have fun with a series. I've always loved the presence of the trimmings and meat snakes in this world. They add such a fun and goofy yet ominous tone to the series that you don't get if you try to make every single monster the scariest thing your viewer has ever seen. Vita Carnis isn't constantly trying to crank your fear to 11. It's often content to convince you that the world is full of silly little guys, which makes it hit so much harder when you're reminded of the horrors hiding in the nearest piece of furniture. There's another thing I want to point out about Vita Carnis, a strength of the series that I think more creators need to learn from. Let's call this another little bonus lesson. Part of what makes this series work so well is that every piece of media shown in the series is made for the people of the world. An issue that I find with a lot of analog horror is that the videos only exist to communicate with the viewer, like one long fourth wall break.
That's fine for more traditional kinds of filmmaking, but analog horror is supposed to be immersive. In a movie, we watch the action from a disembodied perspective. You're supposed to forget about the camera entirely. But analog horror takes the found footage approach. It shows the action through cameras held by characters, and it's constantly drawing attention to the camera. So, why is your character holding a camera to begin with? Of course, not all analog horror is literally filmed through a camera, but even if your video is just a PowerPoint presentation, there should be an in-world reason for its existence. The people of your world, the ones making the tapes, don't know they're part of a story. They need to have a reason for making the videos we're watching, and that's what Vita Carnis is so good at. Most episodes communicate the plot of the series by pursuing an in-world purpose. The documentary wants to educate the people of the world about proper interactions with the little meat muppets. The cooking show wants people to eat more crawl, and the trimming care guide wants people to welcome the Vita Carnis into their homes. Every episode wants something, and that want has nothing to do with the viewer. Analog horror is made by the people of your world, for the people of your world. We're just outside observers. I've watched a ton of horror short films on YouTube over the years, but no other director that I've come across has consistently released banger after banger like Dylan Clark. I already talked a little bit about his film Remains, but you might know him from his most popular film, Portrait of God. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend checking out some of his work. I really believe he's putting out some of the best horror on the entire internet. What is your favorite piece of horror?
It's so hard to pick just one favorite piece of horror, but I think the film that's had the greatest long-term impact on me is The Blair Witch Project. Not only do I find it incredibly effective every time I watch it, but I appreciate it more and more as a filmmaker. It's a calling card for the strengths of indie horror filmmaking, and it proved to me that I could actually do this thing. All it takes is the right idea and the drive to see it to the finish line.
What is the most influential piece of non-horror media on your work?
This is definitely cheating a little bit, but Pan's Labyrinth is the most influential film to me that isn't quite an outright horror film. You could certainly call it horror, but it feels more like a fantastical war film with some horror elements sprinkled throughout, and the way it handles fantasy and horror is what I've always found most influential.
What does the intro to a horror film or story need to accomplish?
To me, the first minute of a horror film or story simply needs to intrigue. Does it have an intriguing atmosphere? Does it have an intriguing character? Does it open with a shocking kill? Or is it even just a quote at the beginning that gets you thinking right away? You don't need to spoon feed the audience with something provocative necessarily. You just need to give them something to lean in and keep going.
How can horror creators improve as directors and cinematographers? What are the most important skills to develop for making horror films?
Choosing and understanding your location is crucial. It's going to be your greatest hurdle and your greatest asset if chosen well. Horror is so dependent on weaponizing every nook and cranny of a space. You want to load the frame with things that the audience can be nervous about, and you'll only be able to do that if you plan and keep it simple. Same goes for lighting. Limiting light sources will make your life easier and probably make things scarier. Whether it's lighting, blocking, or framing, it's worth taking the time to explore your location and play to the strengths of what's there.
What do you look for in a team when setting to work on a new film? Do you usually try to work with the same people as much as possible, or do you enjoy the variance that comes from working with new artists on each project?
In the same way that it's helpful to know your location, it's helpful to know your collaborators. Once you find people that you know you work well with, people you can trust to do their job well, it's great to work with them again and again. That being said, it's also exciting to see how different people bring their unique flair to different projects. There's a risk to working with new people, but it's also important to try new things. That'll come naturally as you continue to create stuff because people will have their own projects to work on and schedules won't always line up. And finding those new people is going to be really helpful. But also working with people you know you work well with is helpful. So it's about finding a balance of the two, I think.
How do you balance the fulfillment of your vision while embracing the input, ideas, and assistance of your team?
Someone once told me that it's just as important to know what you don't want as it is to know what you do want. I found that to be overwhelmingly true. If you go to someone for feedback with this mindset, you'll only come away with the things that support your vision. If you have confidence in the story you're telling, you should have a pretty good idea of what feedback to take seriously and what compromises that vision.
Bringing it full circle, let's talk about endings. What do you think a horror film or story should leave the viewer with?
I don't think there's one right answer as to what a horror film should leave the viewer with. That being said, personally, the most important thing to me is that the audience is satisfied. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't have questions, though. In fact, they should have questions. The ending can be satisfying as well as ambiguous if done right. The sweet spot is an ending that gives the audience enough of what they want without giving them exactly what they want. Whatever is missing should leave them with the questions that are most interesting left unanswered.
What is the best piece of creative advice you've gotten?
Keep it simple. Shrink your canvas and paint with your strengths. You want to try new things, but cushion them with things you know how to do. No matter how small you think your project is, you can probably make it smaller, and there's a good chance it'll be better for it. If you can make a great, tiny project, it's going to do a lot more for you than a huge, massive project that's only good.
Are there any other creators, aside from yourself, that you'd like more people to check out?
I've had the fortune of meeting many other horror creators out there, and they're some of my favorite people. I'd have to rattle off so many names to get them all, so I'll just name someone I don't know personally. There's a channel called Daydream Pictures that has really impressive but criminally underseen work. Some really creative and really impressive visual effects work especially. And more people should check it out.
Finally, where's the best place for people to find you and your work?
The best place to find me is at my YouTube channel, which is just my name, Dylan Clark. I'm not very active on social media otherwise, but I am on Instagram at Dylan McClarkus.
Earlier, I said that analog horror isn't the right genre for every horror story, and Dylan's short films are a big part of why I came to that conclusion. Each of them is so well done, and I'm so glad that they're made in the style that they are. Shoehorning these stories into an analog horror framework wouldn't add anything to the narrative, and the clarity afforded by a more traditional filmmaking style means you can pick up on all the little details hidden in the environment, rather than them drowning in compression and static. I also have to say, that point about loading the environment with potential scares blew me away when I read it. In hindsight, it's obvious how much care Dylan gives to that technique, but it's something I only subconsciously noticed until he specifically pointed it out, and that's one of the most magical things you can experience as a viewer. Finally, if you're looking to learn more after this video, Dylan's behind-the-scenes videos are a wealth of insight for creating better horror. It's really helpful to see how more experienced creators go about making their ideas real. I actually found out about Dr. Nowhere through his incredible and unsettling artwork a few months before he blew up. I particularly love his Hatman art, but you probably know him from his work in analog horror, though I'm pretty sure he considers his work internet horror. He's currently working on 2 series, The Boiled One Phenomenon and TOE, as well as one-off videos like The Boy in the Bath. His videos have a similar feeling to early internet horror, so it taps into a lot of the nostalgia that I feel for the genre. What is your favorite piece of horror? My favorite piece of horror I've ever experienced would have to be the first Little Nightmares game. It's so perfectly surreal. The atmosphere, the character design, the claymation movements, everything about it is great. I've never actually loved horror movies, really, but I can totally get on board with some Stephen King once in a while. What is the most influential piece of non-horror media on your work? A majority of my inspiration does actually come from non-horror. I like to twist comfortable themes enough so that they become foreign and strange. The absurdity and lightheartedness of shows like Adventure Time and games like Earthbound are often manipulated and made into unexpectedly terrifying results. Nostalgia plays a huge part of it as well, taking childhood comfortability and flipping it onto its head. What do you think makes an image scary? The context it's being shown in. A scary face can only be so scary. In a meme or joke video, a disturbing image might just be funny, but even something mundane could be disturbing depending on the context. A good example of this is the album covers of Everywhere at the End of Time by The Caretaker.
The covers are painted by Ivan Seal, and they depict objects with this colorful melancholy that you can't really place or identify. With the context of the album's meaning, the images become very upsetting to look at, despite being strangely pretty.
What do you think makes a story scary?
Everything that isn't being told. Everything you feel under the surface of it that you can't see. Stories where you know something's wrong and doesn't add up, but you can't place what it is. It's that wondering. You can make a story about someone's strange experience at a grocery store 10 times scarier than a story about a serial killer, with the right method of writing.
What programs do you use to make your series?
I use Ibis Paint X and Premiere Pro almost exclusively, but I'm attempting to learn programs like Blender and other animation clients to bring things a little closer to life.
When you decided to make an analog horror series, what skills did you need to develop to bring your idea to life? How did you go about learning those skills?
Patience. Understanding I can't do everything perfectly. I do that with every project I start. Aside from general artistic and narrative building skills, which can be learned only over years of practice, learning to do a bit of work, then step back and think about it before returning is very valuable. Also, comparison is the thief of joy, and it destroys artistic motivation. Take inspiration. Don't make comparisons to other quote-unquote better work made by others.
What do you think is the best way for new horror creators to grow as storytellers? Are there any particular channels or resources that have been the most helpful to your growth over the years?
Some books that have inspired my creative writing are the On Writing books by Stephen King and Kurt Vonnegut. Vonnegut hits the nail on the head when he says to say what you mean when you're writing. Have a clear vision of the message you have, and say it without too much unnecessary detail.
What is the best piece of creative advice you've ever gotten?
To do it every day, and that simply doing leads to creative inspiration. The simple act of doodling, writing, playing an instrument, and to not stress it. To be you, like no one is looking.
Are there any creators aside from yourself that you'd like more people to check out?
Jack Stauber is one of my favorite artists of all time. Many know him for his songs that blew up on social media a while ago, but he's a treasure trove of deep and wonderful work. Music, animation, all of that. Plastaboo is also one of my favorite visual artists. Such amazing vibes all over.
Finally, where's the best place for people to find you and your work?
For right now, it's Instagram and YouTube. I'm on Twitter and TikTok, but I fool around on there more than I post art. I have a wonderful base of supporters on Instagram, since that's where I started.
What I really like about Doc's work is how much of the artist is reflected in the art. He made a community post on his channel a while back talking about his inspirations for the boiled one, and I want to focus on this one line.
I wanted to make a weird, cryptic, experimental video that felt like it was straight from 2009. The weird, cartoony, yet detailed face, the fluid motions, the reversed voice, all of it. I wanted it to feel like something that would have traumatized little me.
I firmly believe that the best way to create something that terrifies other people is to make something that emerges from your own fears, and Doc has done just that. The thing is, he wasn't the only one who was traumatized by the cursed recesses of early YouTube. He knows who he is as a viewer, and that, along with his skill as an artist and storyteller, is what makes his stories special. EmortalMarcus is a horror analyst and streamer who focuses a lot on covering smaller analog horror series, and man, let me tell you, Marcus has done so much for this community. I know it's not like a one-man effort or anything, but he's given his spotlight to a lot of series that were super underrated, and those channels have blown up because of it. Heck, the Boiled one is a great example of this. That stuff changes lives, and I have a ton of respect for this guy. What is your favorite piece of horror?
I'd say the movie Sinister from 2012. It wasn't the first horror movie I ever saw, but it was the first one to really stick with me and I think ignite my love for horror. There's something about that movie with just the twist at the end and how creepy all of the found footage videos in that are that really stuck with me for months on end after that. And from that point on, I was always looking for horror media that was either as good or better than that.
What is the most influential piece of non-horror media on your work?
So Because I do YouTube, and I've always wanted to do YouTube ever since I was like 13, big creators on YouTube that influenced me were KSI, Casey Neistat, and PewDiePie. And it's all because I think they really showed just how far you can go with this, that it can go well beyond YouTube. You can have your own brands and get into other forms of media, and their work ethic is just insane. They're always, or were always uploading tons and tons of videos for years on end, and they really went from just being regular people to these incredible entertainers.
When you sit down to watch an analog horror series on stream, what influences your enjoyment of the series the most? How about your audience? Does anything seem to get them particularly hyped about a series?
So I would say what influences my enjoyment is I love to be able to watch a great video on its own, just on the surface without looking deeper. But I also love that when you look deeper into a series, or you maybe pause for that single frame, or you find that Morse code and try to identify what it says, that you get a whole nother layer of a story. It shows that the creator really thought this out, and they really worked hard on this when there's multiple layers to the story that you can discover. And I think my audience loves that just as much as I do. I think they love when we sit down and we go frame by frame trying to analyze a series and try to uncover all these little hidden secrets throughout a video. But they definitely also love jump scares. And I think that's something you don't always see in analog horror. I think there's a lot of analog horror that's just creepy and sticks with you, but a jump scare here and there is always nice. Keeps you on your toes. That's something I really like about Greylock.
What is the best singular episode of analog horror that you've seen? What sets it apart from the rest?
Wow, that is a tough one. I would say Vita Carnis's Mimic episode. I'm a huge fan of Vita Carnis. And it was also one of the first analog horror series I truly checked out and dived deep into. And I love how you get a description of what the monster is, how it works, how it can evolve, and then you get to see it in action in like a found footage style. I love that. I love that you see it kind of chase someone down into a room, and then when they're hiding in the closet, you see a little bit of the monster, not enough to kind of ruin the imagination of it, but you see enough of it that it creeps you out, and really it's just crazy, that episode. And I think the concept of the mimic is also terrifying. I think it keeps that what's interesting about like a doppelganger, but just makes it so primal and scary. The fact that it disguises itself as a human and then also tries to prey upon you when you're least expecting it by hiding in furniture, hiding in closets, and then gets you when you're least expecting it. I think it's an incredible episode of analog horror.
If you were going to make your own analog horror series, how would you go about it?
So this is actually something that I definitely want to do at some point, and I would like to create something totally original, something that doesn't use any monster idea or gimmick that's been done already before. And I think I would go for a found footage style, because I love when you get to see actual footage of something in analog horror. I know it's extremely hard to do, but it's always great to see. And I would definitely think my story out front to back before I even filmed the first video. I think where a lot of series go wrong is that creators will start a series, they'll get like 3 episodes in, and then I think they don't know where they're gonna take it, and sometimes there can be plot holes and things that just aren't thought out well. So I think it's best to think out a series front to back, know where you're gonna take it, and know how you're gonna do it before you even start filming it. I think that's the best way to go about it, and that's how I would go about it.
Do you think that analog horror is getting better or worse as a whole? What's causing the genre to trend in that direction?
I think it's very mixed. I think some parts of it are getting way better and some parts of it are getting way worse. I think there's a lot of meh and just not good stuff coming out in the genre. There's tons of it. I feel like I get recommended new analog horror series every day, and when I watch them, I'm kind of just like, that was not that good. But at the same time, I think that's just what happens when something like a genre grows. You get so many things in the genre that can just be slop, but you also get a lot of gold in there as well. For example, Greylock, I feel like is something that's a part of this new analog horror wave, and Greylock is incredible. Dr. Nowhere, I think, is also incredible and has a very different style to things I've seen before, and a lot of original creations as well. So yeah, there is a lot of slop. There's a lot of bad stuff, I think, being put out, or things that are just okay. But there also is a lot of gold in there as well. And I think this is something that we're just going to have to deal with in the genre. But I think creators have to sit down, and before they start an analog horror, they have to think of something that hasn't been done before. I feel like a lot of people just keep copying other analog horror creators and just put their own spin on it, which is good, but I feel like they don't put enough of a spin on it. It's almost like everybody still likes sticking to the, hey, let me throw an image on a screen, here's a phone call that's creepy, and that's it, and rinse and repeat. And I think that's not the way that creators should be going about it. I think they should just try to be original as possible.
What advice would you give to someone who's looking to start a horror analysis channel?
I think the best advice I could give you is to definitely always look at the popular stuff that's going around, but also try to find things that people haven't quite looked at yet. I know that can be really hard, but it's nice getting recommendations from other people, checking comments to see what people are recommending. Because recently I had found an analog horror series that only had 1,000 subscribers, and it was actually incredible. And I think, you know, bringing light to series or things that people may not know about is a great way to start. And I think it's a great way to put out some original content. Another piece of advice I'd give is to definitely try your best to create your own style. This is even something that I'm still actively working on to this day. I feel like every video I post, I try to develop my style more and more. So, yeah.
What's the best piece of creative advice you've ever gotten?
To just keep pushing forward. I think a lot of creators out there, when they fail enough times, they just give up. And it's a totally understandable feeling. But I think some people give up way too early. I've been creating content for years and years, and it was only until about last year that I had a video fully really take off on YouTube, and I can't even explain it. It was just like, it just happened one day. And I think a lot of creators don't ever hit that point because they just give up too early. I have a lot of friends that made videos for maybe less than a year, and because they didn't get any traction, they just gave up. And I don't think that's the way to do it. I think you just got to keep pushing forward. And that's what people told me. I remember I had a mod that when I was fearing giving up and I was like, maybe it's time I move on from this. They told me, no, just keep going. Just keep going. You never know. Any day now it can happen. And they were right. I posted a video one day and it just took off, and I'm happy that I never gave up. And I think that's the best piece of advice to give. Oh, and also, if you're starting to lose inspiration or getting burnt out, take a break. Don't ever try to just work through burnout. It doesn't go well. Definitely take a break. Take like a week off, a month off if you need to. The inspiration will come back to you, and you'll come back even better than ever.
Are there any other creators aside from yourself that you'd like more people to check out?
As far as horror analysis goes, or looking at horror things, Wowman I think is incredible. Minaxa also makes some incredible stuff. And you, of course.
Finally, where's the best place for people to find you and your work?
youtube.com/EmortalMarcus, and if you want to check me out on more stuff, Twitter and Instagram, my username is EmortalMarcus as well. Thank you so much for asking me these questions, and yeah, really appreciate it.
Marcus's channel taught me that hard work seriously does pay off. I mean, this guy's ability to grind at YouTube is way more than I could ever do, and I know that his audience really appreciates it. Not only that, but I think Marcus's work shows how important it is to build a connection with your audience. So much of the appeal of YouTube is that it feels more personal and human than a large production. We want to see the creator, not just the creation. Obviously, that may not seem as relevant to you if you're looking to tell a fictional story, but I promise that it is. You don't have to sit in front of a camera to put yourself into your work. Just like Dr. Nowhere was able to put a piece of himself into the Boiled One by incorporating his own fears and inspirations, you can show your viewer who you are and what you love through the story you tell. And that's what they'll keep coming back for. Everyone you've heard from so far is someone who's an experienced horror creator with an audience. But it's important to consider that we are not the main audience for your series. If myself and every creator who did an interview for this video were to watch your series, you'd end up with, 18 viewers. There's nothing wrong with having 18 viewers. Everyone who supports your art is a blessing. But I bet you want more than 36 eyes on your work. That's why it's important to consider the perspective of the average analog horror fan. And that's why I got my good friend Josh to do an interview. We had a couple of bonus lessons, right?
So I figured, why not throw in a couple of bonus interviews too? What is your favorite piece of horror?
When it comes to horror, I really appreciate stories that are able to sit with me for a time. I really enjoy hearing stories told as a recounting of something that has happened in the past, and especially has some association with things I would see in everyday life. If I had to pick a favorite, I would have to go with The Backrooms by Kane Pixels. Before I had watched this series, I had already seen the image of the Backrooms off of Reddit. I remember feeling this weird sense of nostalgia. After watching Kane's series though, those once nostalgic feelings were replaced by a dread of imagining being in this endless labyrinth of yellow walls and fluorescent lights and the smell of mold in the air, along with, a 10-foot monster that wants to kill me.
What is your favorite piece of non-horror media?
My favorite piece of non-horror media would have to be an anime called Erased by Keisanbe. I really like this anime because the antagonist is a foil to the main character and how he approaches human nature. The protagonist bases his life off of what he knows to be true, meanwhile the antagonist simply follows his human nature and what it tells him to do. It brings into question the very basis of morality that we live on. Erased is truly unique because I've never seen a story convey a message that is so close to my personal philosophy on the subject before. There is an underlying theme of holding yourself as a person of integrity despite inward desire for things that are wrong.
What do you think is the scariest scene in any analog horror?
Coming back to the subject of horror, when I think of all the analog horror I've seen, nothing stands out more to me personally than the scene in the Mandela Catalog Volume 1 where the alternate follows Mark home and verbally tortures him for days on end. The worst part of that scene is that it doesn't even do anything to him physically. It simply told him knowledge that he was never supposed to know. What made it worse is that he couldn't trust the cops to do anything because they were specifically trained to not deal with alternate cases.
What do you think makes something scary?
I think what makes something scary is when there's some sort of threat on you or someone you know, and you don't have the power to prevent it. Ultimately, I would say the fear of being alone, the fear of being hunted, and the fear of being trapped is what makes something scary for me. Again, going back to Kane Pixels, The Backrooms covers all three of those inherent fears that I have.
What was the last piece of media that kept you up at night?
The last piece of media that I can remember that kept me up at night was Mr. Nightmare's video on sleep paralysis victims. The idea of experiencing sleep paralysis was extremely terrifying to me. This ties into the idea of good horror being close to things that we're familiar with. Me being familiar with my bedroom feels safe in there. Having that space invaded, whether it be from something imaginary or not, is exactly what makes sleep paralysis so scary.
What is the scariest monster in analog horror, and why?
Again, going back to the Mandela catalog, I would say that alternates are the scariest in my opinion. This is because the alternates in the world of Mandela catalog aren't really something you can fight against. This ties into the deeper lore of the series, but the one hope that you have against fighting against these demonic forces is found in God and in the Holy Spirit. If the Holy Spirit can't stop these demons, then who will? It strips away the one hope you have fighting against these paranormal forces.
How would you like to see the genre grow going forward? What would make analog horror as a whole better?
I think an area that analog horror can grow in is having more series take a focus on things seen in everyday life. When I think of my favorite analog horror series, I usually associate them with things I've seen throughout my day. With The Backrooms, if something goes missing throughout the day, I jokingly think to myself, oh, it must have no-clipped out of reality, thus reminding me of the horrors I had seen in Kane Pixels' series. Or with Greylock, anytime I feel a deep emotion over something, whether it be joy, sadness, anger, or of course fear, having that thought in the back of my mind of whether or not a manifestation of that emotion will just appear in my bedroom at night is terrifying.
What is the best piece of creative advice you've ever gotten?
The best piece of creative advice that I've gotten was actually from Crow himself. He told me around the time I started my own channel that you should just create something. and it doesn't have to be perfect. That advice really helped when editing for Crow's channel. I often became complacent with my work because I didn't know how to proceed because of my high standards. That advice really helped me push past that and become okay with a product that wasn't to my original standards of perfection. Looking back, I'm not ashamed at all of the work I've released. Sure, I can see what I could have done better, but it was 100% worth releasing just something than not releasing anything at all.
Are there any creators you'd like more people to check out?
One YouTuber I think definitely deserves more recognition is an analog horror series creator called Chilling Abyss. His Arcadia series is a masterpiece in its own right. He truly captures the fear of realizing that there is a threat so much greater than yourself that resisting seems pointless. I think that is a very ingenious story element in his series.
Finally, where's the best place for people to find you and your work?
For me, the best place is both on Crow's second channel, Crow's Nest, and on my personal YouTube channel, Inochi Edits. And I wanted to say thank you, Crow, again for letting me voice my opinion on these questions. I have seen your channel grow from a few hundred subscribers to what it is now. Thank you, Crow, again for the opportunities you've given me, and I'll be rooting for you, man.
I love horror, but I also consume a lot of it, and I get paid to talk about it. I look at every horror story as a potential video topic or a source of inspiration for my own work, but most people don't see it that way. The main reason for including Josh's interview in this lineup is because I don't want to imply that horror creators have all the best, most correct opinions about this stuff. Everything Josh said, all his experiences and opinions about horror, are totally valid, and they're probably some of the most helpful opinions to hear. If you want your work to get popular, and especially if you want to make money from it, there simply aren't enough creators to make up your audience. So, if you're going to make your videos for anyone, make them for Josh. Or, make them for yourself. Hannah and Rachel Mangan run the East Patch channel here on YouTube, where they release independently produced animated series such as Rot, The Following Call, and of course, Angel Hare. I've actually gotten to chat with these sisters quite a bit since they helped out with my Angel Hare analysis video. One thing they bring to the table that's pretty rare for independent creators on YouTube is real industry experience, which is clearly evident from the way they organize and bring together creators to work on their series. But to be honest, it would have felt wrong for me to be the one to interview this pair. So, I called out to a certain furry friend of ours for some help. After answering all of your questions in the Letters with Angel Gabby segments of Angel Hare, I figured it was time for this little guy to ask some questions of his own.
What is your favorite piece of horror?
Old character-driven classics that play with psychology while having a satisfying ending, such as Gaslight, Rebecca, and Vertigo. Or modern guilty pleasures that have interesting premises playing off the characters, like Cube and The Collector. Well-known executions of uniquely unsettling ideas, like the books The Enigma of Amagari Fault and Mouse.
Alrighty, next question. What is the most influential piece of non-horror media on your work?
From our childhood, we really latched on to Lemony Snicket's A Series of Unfortunate Events, and how the world itself and the author were characters. He made an addendum book called The Unauthorized Autobiography that really played with the fictional presence of the author. More recently, Moomin Valley intrigued us a lot with how the world was charming but hid a very dark consequences that the characters narrowly skirted time and time again. Reading up on the author similarly got us interested in how they play a part in their story, and both of these projects encouraged us to look beyond the script when telling our story.
What does storytelling mean to you?
To us, storytelling means finding the most entertaining way to share an idea or concept that interests us. In the case of Angel Hare, we mixed a lot of influences together to tell a story about relationships. The West Patch was far more transmedia because we believed sifting through information played an interesting role in sharing the full story. Other ideas play better as games or comics. Telling the story is all about finding the vessel for your ideas and playing with them in such a way that other people can see what you're saying and get invested in that.
What do you think makes a compelling protagonist for an analog horror series?
We think a good analog horror protagonist is firstly relevant to what's being told or what's happening. A random person who finds old media disconnected to them isn't as interesting to us as someone with a personal connection or unique motive for sharing the media. Next, they have an active role in what's happening. Rather than just a reporter or narrator, they're somehow involved and can make a difference in what's happening, whether their involvement helps or hurts. We don't think the protagonist needs to be relatable or a good person, just someone who has a purpose being there in the story.
How can creators develop strong characters through a medium like analog horror, when the story is usually told out of order and the puzzle is almost always missing a few pieces?
Our strategy is to take advantage of the limited windows of time you get with the characters. Plan them carefully. If you only get to see small segments with the protagonist, each segment should share something new or build something interesting on top of what was previously established. If you know your full story, it gives you the unique opportunity to plan twists and timing in such a way that it keeps folks invested. We planned Angel Hare around each episode, adding something new and ending on a hook to the next, while keeping the episodes as short as we could manage.
When developing a narrative, what do you usually start with? For example, do you start with characters, setting, plot, or maybe specific scenes? What comes first?
We typically start with a premise. For Angel Hare, that was, we want to make an animated analog horror. For Rot, we started with, we want to make an interactive series where the characters have limited movement so we can animate more in a shorter amount of time. From there, we attack the what and why. What's going on in the story and why is it being told this way? For Rot to exist as people talking to a camera, we needed their world to justify that. Next, coming up with a specific scene that acts as the core of the premise helps us have a tone to aim for with the rest of the story. In Angel Hare, before we started the script, we knew a cartoon character would be telling a child to block their door with a chair. That's unsettling and raises a lot of questions, which was exactly what we wanted the story to do, so it became the foundation the rest was built on. Why would a character do that? How did the child grow up? Answering those questions helped us flesh out the rest of the story in a way that inherently connected to and reasoned with its core idea.
How do you go about building and organizing a team to create an ambitious series like Angel Hare? What has been the most reliable avenues for the two of you for finding voice actors, artists, and musicians?
The key is planning. We designed Angel Hare around the scope of what we could do to save us a lot of trouble. We're both animators. It's an animated series. Aside from hiring a character designer, we could do the rest of the art ourselves. When getting voice actors, we've always used castingcall.club to get auditions and choose our favorite actors, only after the script is done. To keep a team energized and involved, it's best to only reach out once you're ready for them. We had our shots storyboarded, our script separated by character to make it easy for the voice actors to roll through their lines, and the characters ready to animate. Then we got our voice actors on a call to direct them with the rest of the scenes ready to plug their audio in. For custom music, we've had a lot of luck on Fiverr for theme songs and music scores, but quality work can be expensive. Angel Hare primarily used public domain music that fit the tone we were going for. The whole show was made for less than $800, and if we really wanted to, we could have cut corners and gone even lower. The resources to make a great project are absolutely out there.
What is the best piece of creative advice you've ever gotten?
We each have one. For me, it's better to have a finished project you're 80% happy with than to never finish a project you're 100% happy with. And for me, an old Chuck Close quote, amateurs wait for inspiration, professionals get to work.
Are there any other creators, aside from yourself, that you'd like more people to check out?
If you haven't seen Worthy Kids or Joel Haber, they're both titans of storytelling on YouTube. Nightmare Masterclass does a magnificent job of making well-spoken analysis videos on obscure projects like ours. Ari Grab makes projects of exceptional quality and bizarre concepts. And Dungeon Flippers and Chaton Productions are some other indie animation channels working on overly ambitious ideas too.
Finally, where's the best place for people to find you and your work?
Our YouTube channel, The East Patch, is the best place to see what we're up to. And we hang out with a lot of fellow creatives in our Discord server as well.
Angel Hare demonstrates a really firm understanding of traditional storytelling methods that I think is lacking from a lot of other analog horror series, and that's part of what makes it feel so unique. Usually, analog horror has a really hard time developing characters that you feel a connection with, and that can really suck out a lot of the fear. It's just not as scary when the danger only affects characters you don't care about. That's a big part of why I think storytelling is so important in horror. It sets the stakes of failure. And, like I said, there's fear in failure. Minaxa runs a channel here on YouTube where he analyzes analog horror and horror games, usually focusing on the more technical aspects of the topics he covers. Honestly, we talk about a lot of the same stuff, so if you enjoy my channel, you'll love his. But one thing Minaxa focuses on much more than me is the world of digital horror, whereas analog horror is focused on pre-internet technology. Digital horror is all about post-internet tech. Cursed websites, haunted PS2 ROMs, and of course, flash games. What is your favorite piece of horror?
So I have a really hard time picking favorites, but if I had to choose, something I've recently gained an appreciation for is Uzumaki by Junji Ito, which may or may not be because of Wendigoon's video. But anyways, in terms of internet horror, I am a huge fan of Vita, Carnis, and White Stag Education. Those are probably my favorite on the analog horror side. Now, if we go over to the digital horror side, I really like Lacey Games.
What is the most influential piece of non-horror media on your work?
Now, in terms of inspirations, there isn't really a particular piece of medium that has inspired my work, since my work is generally talking about pieces of media, but I could definitely cite some inspirations in terms of other content creators, and for that it would definitely be Wendigoon and Summoning Salt being the biggest inspirations in me starting content creation.
How do games and videos differ in their approach to horror? What are some of the strengths and weaknesses of both mediums?
I think the main difference between these mediums is that games are generally designed to be experienced in a way where the player is making the decisions that influence the outcome of the story. And this is scary in its own right, because it means that if you somehow make a mistake, or really any decision that you make weighs upon you, even if it's the correct decision, you still need to go out of your way to think about whether or not it is the correct decision. And that elicits a feeling of terror. And on the contrary, the video format for horror would basically do the complete opposite. You don't have any control, at least usually, over the outcome, and you're simply watching events transpire as a spectator. So I'd say really both of those things can be considered either a strength or a weakness of their respective mediums, simply depending on your personal preference and how you feel.
What do you think is most essential for an analog horror series to succeed?
In terms of what makes an analog horror series successful, I think there's 3 things that can make an analog horror series successful. You don't need all 3 of them, and you don't even need 2 of them. You only need 1. That would be an interesting world, a well-executed premise, or good characters. You only need 1 of these 3 things, and you get bonus points for having more than 1.
What makes a horror project go from, I enjoy this, to, I think I could make a video about this, to, I have to talk about this?
So there's a few things that I like to look out for in terms of what elevates a horror project for me. Obviously, I'm a sucker for good direction. If I see something that I think is interesting in terms of the presentation, whether it be for the audio and the visuals, it makes me very happy. I also like when a piece of internet horror actually manages to scare or deeply disturb me, since most internet horror doesn't really do that for me. I also have been really craving use of music and thematic writing. I know those are 2 completely unrelated things, but the reason why I have found myself craving those 2 things in particular is because of Dreams of an Insomniac Volume 1 really impressing me with its music, and Lacey Games really impressing me with its thematic writing. And those are 2 of my favorites right now.
Why do you think we've seen a surge in digital horror in recent years? Do you think it'll have as much staying power as analog horror has?
I think the reason why we've seen a surge in digital horror in recent years is because that genre has an easier time resonating with the demographic that generally consumes internet horror, which I would say is the late teens and young adults that have the most influence on this community. And at this point, you have to be pretty old to have been old enough back then to feel nostalgia for the VHS era, in my opinion. I'm 22, and I feel like I was just barely not old enough. Obviously, when I was super young, we did have VHS tapes, but I don't really feel nostalgia for them because I almost don't even remember. I was too young. So if I was a little bit older, then maybe, but most people consuming internet horror on YouTube are not 22 or older. It's going to be like 16, 17-year-olds. But if we look at the other side, we have flash games and the early internet and online video games. These are things that the past like 2 generations have pretty much just grown up with directly. And I think if more creators decide to pursue that particular genre, it has the potential to have just as much power as analog horror did in its prime. I really do.
Are there any genres, themes, or ideas that you'd like to see more horror creators tackle?
So I actually have a very long and specific answer for this question, and it's going to involve spoilers for episode 2 of The Amazing Digital Circus. So if anyone wants to skip this answer, that's your warning. In the episode, the characters are tasked with going on a digital adventure, which includes very immersive NPC characters. Along the way, Pomni glitches under the map alongside one of the NPCs that they encounter. His name is Gummigoo. And he actually comes to the realization that he is in fact not real. And neither are any of his family, his home, or his memories. It's all programmed. And Pomni and Gummigoo bond over this experience, and Pomni comforts Gummigoo even though he is an NPC and not technically a real person. Simply because she just doesn't want to see him sad, even if he's not real. And this is a really touching moment. So when Pomni attempts to bring Gummigoo back to the circus with her, having bonded with him over this common trauma, Kane immediately disposes of him. He just gets deleted. Which, I mean, on an objective level, he was just an artificial intruder from the little game that he set up for his people at his circus, and it was going out of bounds, and he had to get rid of it. So this leaves me with 2 questions. If we program an NPC to be able to comprehend the fact that it is an NPC, and not only feel distress at that revelation, but also come to terms with it, what really makes them an NPC and not a real person? What separates them from us? And second question, if Pomni ever meets another version of Gummigoo, will this not be an entirely separate being from the one that she first met, despite being functionally identical? And I think the answer to that question is yes. And these disturbing concepts have left me thinking for a while since the release of the 2nd episode, and I think it's unbelievably tragic.
What is the best piece of creative advice you've ever gotten?
So to be completely honest, I can't really remember the last time that I got creative advice personally, or at least not on anything that I would say is broad enough to mention here. But if you want, I can give out some advice of my own. I think the hardest part of creating content is starting. So just start. Don't do it for anyone else but yourself, and if you have something to say, someone will listen.
Are there any other creators, aside from yourself, that you'd like more people to check out?
I do want to give attention to the digital horror series that a friend of mine has made, Milton Math Games. I've made a video on it in the past. You can also find the channel on YouTube. And aside from that, I don't really watch small creators, to be honest, so I don't really have much to say.
Finally, where's the best place for people to find you and your work?
You can find me on YouTube as Minaxa and on Twitter as @MinaxaYT. And thank you for having me.
The best advice I can give to anyone working on YouTube today is to find someone who's further down the road than you are. Make a connection and learn what you can from them, because that's exactly who Minaxa has been for me. Whereas I've learned from the work of a lot of other creators here, Minaxa has personally taught me so much about running this channel, and I want to take a second just to thank him for all his support over the last year. He's a great friend and insightful mentor, and he's always been there to help whenever I've needed it. Thanks a ton, dude. Seriously. You may not be familiar with Matt Reeves by name, but I'm betting that you're familiar with his work. Matt is a game dev who's been developing a psychological horror game called Nemesis for a couple of years now, as well as being the editor and VFX artist on Greylock. Everything you see in that series is coming out of this dude's brain. If you're unfamiliar with Greylock, just know that it's got some of the richest, most immersive visuals of any analog horror series. And of course, it's absolutely terrifying.
What is your favorite piece of horror?
The original Silent Hill for PS1. It's largely been overshadowed by its sequel, but in my opinion it changed horror forever. It certainly changed my life. I was in 5th grade when it came out, and the game just awakened something in me. I had already been exposed to other major horror media like Resident Evil and The Thing, but I just connected with Silent Hill on such a deep level. Looking back, I was a pretty lonely kid, and wandering through the empty, foggy town seemed to perfectly encapsulate that feeling. I think that's why so many people connect with those games. It feels like a place where you belong.
What is the most influential piece of non-horror media on your work?
Do dreams count? A lot of my ideas are my attempts to manifest moments from my dreams. Nemesis is based off at least 4 different dreams I can think of off the top of my head, and only one of them was a nightmare. As far as actual media, the original Grimm fairy tales have always given me fresh ideas. Whenever I get absolutely stuck on a project, I watch the movie Hook, my favorite movie, and that always gets me unstuck. I'm also perpetually listening to music, everything from Enya to death metal, and that certainly helps keep me inspired. But if we put aside media specifically, I would say nature has probably played the biggest role in my inspiration. I go on walks every day, and it really helps focus my ADHD brain. If I can really get out there, somewhere in the mountains or the forest, that's where I come up with my best ideas. Somewhere away from all the noise.
What role does editing and VFX play for a horror story?
Well, editing is everything in the video medium itself, with very few exceptions. A great edit can make a terrible movie good, or at least enjoyable, but a bad edit can ruin an otherwise exceptional movie. There are certain situations where bad editing is appropriate, like in something like the Blair Witch Project, for example, but it still has to be paced properly to make a captivating movie. That's done with the edit. As far as VFX, my personal opinion is that they should only be used when necessary and always in a way that doesn't kill the immersion. I'm a huge fan of practical effects, and if things were my way, that would be the standard across the board. But because practical is slow and expensive, and digital is quick and cheap, VFX reigns supreme. That said, while I certainly have neither the budget nor the resources to do everything practical myself, I always aim to make my CGI look as believably practical as I can.
How do you dial in a balance of showing the horror versus leaving it to the imagination?
The scariest thing you can see while watching horror media is the thing that your mind conjures up before the actual threat is revealed to you. Horror is very personal to all of us, and if you really want someone to be afraid, you have to get their own mind to do the heavy lifting. I can craft some nightmarish abomination that people would generally find terrifying, but perhaps the person watching what I've created has an irrational fear of lawn chairs. If that person sees my monster running around, they may wipe their brow and be glad they were spared yet again, but if I show them an old shed with utter darkness inside, you better believe they're seeing a lawn chair sitting menacingly in the shadows. You can never account for everyone's personal fears, but if you give the mind negative space, it will fill it. That said, sometimes you just gotta show the monster. I would say to do that very sparingly and make sure you don't show too much. Sinister was the scariest movie I had ever seen in my life, until they showed Bagul's shoes.
How does working on Greylock, an analog horror series, compare to working on games like Nemesis?
There's a surprising amount of overlap. Greylock was actually my foray into proper video editing and VFX, but because of my experience making games, it was a really easy transition. I use mostly the same software and same set of skills. However, making games typically requires a much greater deal of time and work since you are creating an interactive experience, and that's probably where the two differ the most. But in terms of building a story, creating creatures, making music and sound effects, that's all essentially the same.
If someone is looking to get started with horror art and VFX, where's the best place for them to go to learn?
YouTube tutorials are a great place to get started and get an idea of what will be required of you. Once you've gathered some general knowledge about the tools you'll be using, just go nuts and have fun with it. You'll learn the most by experimenting and trying new things. I also think one of the most foundational skills to have in this medium is drawing. Drawing helps you practice taking what's in your head and projecting it onto a piece of paper. I can't stress enough how important that is.
In your opinion, what's the best way to get your work in front of others as an editor/VFX artist?
Just put yourself out there. There's no surefire trick that works for everyone because everyone is unique. Just be yourself and do what you love and work very, very hard. However, what that doesn't mean is to just make art and post it online. A lot of people, even exceptionally talented people, believe the lie that if they're good at what they do, everyone will notice and everything will just happen naturally. The online world of art is so oversaturated that many incredible artists will never even be heard of. Make yourself known in the community and be nice to people. That goes a long way, and you never know who you'll meet in the process.
What is the best piece of creative advice you've ever gotten?
I'll put it into my own words so it fits in a more general sense. Great tools don't make a great artist. Learn to make the best out of what you have, and only upgrade when you've mastered your current limitations. Then you will truly appreciate each new tool and be ready to use them.
Are there any other creators aside from yourself that you'd like more people to check out?
This might be a little more niche, but I recently discovered Shroud Dev, who is making a Nightmare Creatures-inspired game that looks so freaking awesome. He was laid off by a game studio somewhat recently and has been trying to find a way to work full-time on his game, so definitely check that out. I also think Team Clout's Ill will be the best game of probably the next decade, but I'm sure most everybody has heard of it by now. If not, you don't want to miss that one.
Finally, where's the best place for people to find you and your work?
Matt Reeves at YouTube and Twitter. You can play some of my games at mattreeves.itch.io, and of course, Greylock Horror on YouTube.
In a genre that's basically full of flat, monotone PowerPoint presentations, I think Greylock breaks the mold with some of the most impressive visuals in analog horror. It shows that you can create horror that has rich, warm, colorful visuals without compromising the slightest bit of fear and disgust, and that's all thanks to Matt. The visuals are complex, believable, and they show what analog horror can be without going full Kane Pixels hyper-realism. I also want to take an extra moment here to shout out Matt's work on Nemesis. There's only a teaser demo out for it right now, but the overall presentation of the game gets me super excited to see where the project will go. It's honestly terrifying, and if you enjoy horror games at all, I think you'll be pleasantly unsettled by it. Nas is a horror analyst and arguably the most chill guy in this entire lineup. Everything he posts is always just top-notch quality. For sure one of the most underrated analysts on the site today. In particular, he has excellent videos covering analog horror series like Vita, Carnis, and White Stag Education. But he's also branched out to cover topics that I never even knew existed. What is your favorite piece of horror?
My favorite piece of horror media? Wow, I didn't know we were going to start off with the hardest question. I think I would have to say Kentaro Miura's manga Berserk. While it's technically classified as a dark fantasy, you can't read the Eclipse from the Golden Age arc and tell me that it's not horrifying. The art is beautiful in the most terrifying way possible, but the character study of the main character, Guts, is probably one of the best I've seen in pretty much anything ever. I can't recommend it enough to horror fans.
What is the most influential piece of non-horror media on your work?
The most influential non-horror media on my work? Comic culture pretty much made me into an artist and pushes me into wanting to include art of characters within my videos to help tell the narrative of whatever it is I'm covering. At least that's the direction I'm starting to lean into. For the time being, I can't include it as much as I'd like. It's like picture books, but instead of books, it's video essays. Picture video essays or something.
What was your introduction to analog horror, and what were your first thoughts about the genre?
The first piece of analog horror I'd ever seen was the first volume of the Mandela catalog. I remember it was like the middle of the night, and I don't think I was even looking for scary videos. I just so happened to stumble across it. Then after, I was so shaken. Like, I didn't even know the term analog horror when I watched it, so I was like, dude, what was that? I thought it was great. A new medium to create horror. You know, I'm all for it. Then we all know what happened to that originality. One thing, though, I don't think enough people talked about with the Mandela catalog is what I think is the most effective scare, at least in the first volume. The scene when the mom is on the other side of the door begging to be let in, but is also clearly an alternate, it really puts you in that moment of picturing the horror that could be behind the door. Then you learn that Mark was forced to endure that for 4 days straight. Yeah, really underrated part.
Which recent analog horror series have you been most impressed with, and why?
A more recent analog horror series that I was most impressed by was White Stag Education. It just finished its first run around last year, but what I think is so great about it is that it was the first to implement puppets that I've seen. Creepypasta was a big part of my childhood, so of course I know about the very infamous Candle Cove, which if I'm remembering correctly was some sort of hidden television broadcast that included a cast of puppet characters. While there may be some that I don't know about, again, it's the first that I'd seen with a kids TV show including puppets.
What do you think makes an analog horror series enjoyable to analyze?
One thing for me at least that makes analog horror fun to analyze is that it's made by fellow creators on the platform. I think it's not only a fun way to look at independent personal projects, but it's also a good way to spread awareness of the more unknown series. Not to mention that a lot of analog horror creators are really good artists for some reason. I always love to see practical effects and original artwork made for analog horror.
What kinds of horror do you find to be the most interesting outside of analog horror?
Outside of analog horror, the most interesting to me is psychological horror portrayed in just about anything. I think the medium doesn't offer room for great character study by nature, so it's hard to implement it within analog horror. Which is a shame because when done correctly, I think it's a contender for the best type of horror in general.
What do you think analog horror creators could learn from horror in other mediums?
I think analog horror creators could take a lesson from the short story format that creators use in not just film, but in literature as well. Often the most scary bits found within analog horror are so cut and dry. It has a bad habit of showing way too much when horror has the unique advantage to be able to show less and, in my opinion, have more effective results. The shortened length also forces the creator to make the narrative in a way that engages with the audience. I know Crow is a big Skinamarink fan, so I'll use the short story version Heck as an example. On the outside, you can clearly see why it's a horror film. Lots of dark, grainy shots, and even having its own in-your-face horror moment at the end. But there's a hidden narrative left to the viewer to understand. The child has been trapped within the house for years, with only one person. At the start you hear the child's voice. It's still so young and innocent, but by the end, the voice is barely even recognizable anymore, leaving you to wonder all the terror that he's been forced to endure and how it's affected him. But this isn't my analysis video on Heck, so I'll just stop there before Crow decides to completely cut me out of the video.
What is the best piece of creative advice you've ever gotten?
The best advice I'd ever gotten is probably the mass commenting on my first video about the volume being too low. I think that made my videos a bit more watchable. But in all seriousness, I'd like to say that it's not even really advice, but something a friend of mine said to me once when I showed him an AMV I made like 5 years ago. He's also a video editor who's made AMVs before, and he said that when he makes them, he always tries to implement the scenes with the most action into the video. It kind of stuck with me, and the words translated into my work to now just show the best aspects of the video rather than explain it. I think it just provides a better viewer experience and makes it so that the effectiveness of the moment isn't taken away if the viewer has never seen the original. Though I always recommend that you do that first, people. I'm serious.
Are there any other creators aside from yourself that you'd like more people to check out?
I would like everyone to, after this video of course, go check out Ghost Tundra on YouTube. They are very well known for their Lacey series, but their newer series, Bug Murders, is criminally underrated, and I have no idea why more people haven't talked about that.
Where's the best place for people to find you and your work?
The best place for you guys to find me would be on my own channel here on YouTube. Go ahead and head over there once you're done doing all the other stuff I said to do, and say, "Hello guy from Crow's video." For every person that does that, I will give Crow a kiss on the cheek. Maybe. If he consents. But that's all from me. Thanks everyone.
Nas was the first friend I ever made on YouTube, and his videos have consistently pushed me to make better content. I think that I naturally tend to drift towards a more dramatic style of analysis, but his work reminds me that it's okay to just chill out, make some jokes, and have fun with each video. His editing and presentation are way, way better than mine, so please go check out his work. His recent video covering Valle Verde is just insanely good, so if you're looking for a good place to get started, head on over once you finish this video. Pastra is an outlier on this list for being a horror analyst as well as a creator. On their channel, they post some really stellar analysis of analog horror as well as horror games, but they also post their own analog horror series, Dreams of an Insomniac.
This is one of the coolest projects in analog horror right now, so I'm pretty excited to highlight Pastra here in this video. What is your favorite piece of horror?
My favorite work of horror is the 1998 film Ringu. It has always consistently scared me and inspired a lot of my own works.
What is the most influential piece of non-horror media on your work?
The most influential piece of non-horror media for me would be Batman. My love of Batman and everything revolving around him really shaped the way I write characters and settings in my own original works.
I know you have a love of old, campy horror from the 1980s. Do you think that sometimes we take analog horror a little too seriously, and have we lost our appreciation for anything that isn't seen as outstandingly good?
I absolutely believe that one of analog horror's biggest issues is that it often takes itself too seriously. Having some fun, campy moments in horror can really elevate the experience in a way that not many people have explored.
How has your experience analyzing horror informed the way you work on Dreams of an Insomniac?
My experience analyzing horror media has allowed me to get a very deep understanding of what elements in the genre I enjoy most. This deep understanding has then allowed me to implement those elements directly into Dreams of an Insomniac. For example, I've always had a strong love for series with iconic and unique sound design, which is something that I've tried my hardest to replicate with each DOAI entry.
How do you go about designing a monster?
I always described my design process as making a Frankenstein's monster of all my favorite design elements from other characters. Usually I decide on a theme for the monster and handpick all my favorite characters which effectively represent that theme. I then take all of their most iconic and unique traits and splice them together until I've created a design I'm happy with.
How has working with other creators opened up new possibilities for Dreams of an Insomniac?
Working with other creators on Dreams of an Insomniac has allowed me to become more ambitious with the vision I have for each volume. I've been able to take a much more cinematic approach, and on top of that, I've also been able to get more experimental with the way I have the story told.
How can smaller, independent creators build a team to bring their vision to life?
From my experience, the best way to go about it is to start small and allow your project to blossom into something bigger. Once your work is out there, no matter how small the scope, if you've made something that catches people's attention, then more people will be willing to reach out and lend you their own talents to help your vision get realized.
What is the best piece of creative advice you've ever gotten?
Understand your limits as an artist and work around those limits to create something special. Some of the greatest pieces of horror have been made as a result of someone being presented with a limitation, and instead of letting it ruin their work, they thought about how it could be used to make that experience better.
Are there any other creators aside from yourself that you'd like more people to check out?
Some of my favorite creators within the horror sphere include Nightmine, Wendigoon, and Lazy Masquerade. I highly recommend checking them out if you enjoy analysis-based horror content.
Finally, where's the best place for people to find you and your work?
My work is almost entirely posted on my YouTube channel, Pastra. It's where I post my horror analysis content, as well as my original works like Dreams of an Insomniac. Other places you can find me include my Instagram, where I post artwork, as well as my Twitter account.
One of the most impressive things to me about Pastra's work is their ability to build a team and get people on board with their vision. Dreams of an Insomniac is one of the analog horror projects that I'm most excited about right now, but it's far from a one Venaimin show. It has a big team of artists and creators working to make it the best it can possibly be, and that's something I want to see more projects try. Collaboration is a powerful thing, since it allows you to shore up any gaps in your own skill set. That element of teamwork allows Dreams of an Insomniac to achieve a kind of narrative cohesion and emotional impact that most series really struggle to attain. So, if you want to see a really solid blend of analog horror and traditional storytelling, please go check it out.
PolterGibbst stands out on this list because, rather than focusing primarily on internet horror, he mostly covers horror movies. I think that gives him a really valuable perspective since, as I've said multiple times now, I think that traditional storytelling and filmmaking are often neglected in analog horror. What is your favorite piece of horror?
It's got to be between either The Shining, since it was the first King novel that I ever read, or Poltergeist, which is literally how I got my channel name, because this movie is so amazing that I would suggest it to anybody at any time.
What is the most influential piece of non-horror media on your work?
Once again, this one comes down to two: the Bible and the Twilight Zone. The Bible has shaped me as a person in all aspects of my life, from how I view things to how I understand them, and even to how I react to them. And the Twilight Zone was some of the first horror-adjacent media that I ever took in that really made me start to think outside of the box, which has led to me making videos re-explaining movies that we all know, but from a different perspective, because what both of these things have taught me is that there's always a bigger picture to every story.
What do you think the biggest strength of horror filmmaking is?
Horror is able to touch on many topics that other genres just can't. And it's able to also bring to life a lot of feelings that you don't see in other films, such as depression, anxiety, dread, trauma, and of course, fear. Because horror has the power to both draw us in and just allow us to have some distraction from reality for a little bit, as well as sometimes hitting a little too close to home whenever the film overlaps too much with our own lives. It's those moments in those films that will stick with us long after the credits roll, and even though we might hate them to begin with because of how real it got, they will become something special down the road.
Do you think a visual medium like film encourages creators to show too much of the horror?
I think it can for sure, and a good example to look at would be Last Shift versus Malum. Last Shift had a financial restraint that led them to not being able to show a lot of the scares, but they were able to build up the intensity throughout the film, and it just ended up working out a lot better than what happened with Malum, since it did have a bigger budget. And, well, we can just say that some of those restraints lead to people becoming more creative as they're going through the filming process, and actually putting their time into focusing on a better story and how to build tension versus a lot of jump scares and creepy faces.
What weaknesses does analog horror have compared to traditional film?
I think the biggest one's got to be a lack of recognition, because if I were to go and ask basically anybody that I see on a daily basis what is analog horror, they would look at me like I have two heads. And they most definitely wouldn't be able to give me any examples of what analog horror is. And it even seems like most people online, the way that they're finding any of these new series is through channels like yours, which has obviously led to more and more people creating analog horror to be seen here on YouTube. Which is a weakness in itself, because a lot of people are just creating it to be seen because they're seeing that it's getting popular, instead of creating something that will actually last because it was made with a passion and love for analog horror.
What strengths does analog horror have compared to traditional film?
It's the personal feel of most of it. A lot of traditional film has now leaned away from trying to hit people on a personal level and is now more towards spectacle, which is one of those problems with having a really big budget. But for analog horror, since it's so much newer and smaller, it feels like a nice campfire story that would be shared with friends. Or even like a sleepover where you just found an old scary movie that none of you have ever heard of and you decide to sit down and watch it instead of playing video games all night. If analog horror can continue to lean into this and make you feel like you're actually experiencing what all is happening, then it will be something that not just us, but everybody is talking about in 10 years. But that's only gonna happen if the stories that are being told are actually memorable.
Do you think that written horror, stuff like short stories, books, or creepypasta, has any particular advantages over visual horror?
Absolutely. This is the reason many of us will go through and swear up and down that the book is so much better than the movie, but what I think it really is there's more time for a person to connect with the character and ultimately with the story with a longer work. But that's not to count out short stories or creepypastas either, because a lot of them end up being told as first-person accounts. So because you're getting the story directly from the person that it happened to, you still end up with that good connection to the main character as well as the story as a whole. So whether it's a best-selling novel or some random story on No Sleep, both of them have the potential to leave you desperately wanting more when you read those final words of the story.
What is the best piece of creative advice you've ever gotten?
If you don't have any ideas, read. If you have ideas but you don't know how to get them out, write. And when you have ideas and you know how to execute them, create. And when you start creating, you have to learn how to not just put stuff out, but how to constantly be taking them in. That way you're not always feeling like you're just running on empty.
Are there any other creators aside from yourself that you'd like more people to check out?
King Newsme if you want some good nostalgic horror commentary, and Moface for some nice cozy nightmares and explanations. And since all of us were basically brought together through a Curmudgeon video, it definitely seems fitting.
Finally, where's the best place for people to find you and your work?
Here on YouTube at PolterGibbst, where you can find my horror movie re-explanations and theories, or over on the new second channel at PolterGibbst 2, the other channel, which is also named after a Poltergeist film, Poltergeist 2, The Other Side. And seriously, if you have not watched Poltergeist, go and watch it. Like I said already, it's perfect. I don't know if you'll actually need this for the video or not, but I just wanted to say thank you for putting me in the video and for being awesome. And if this does end up in the video, everybody go check out the rest of Crow's stuff. Clearly he knows what he's talking about. He's been able to analyze all these different analog horrors and has introduced me to a lot of good ones. So if you're looking for advice on where to go when writing your analog horror, this is the place that you need to be. Once again, thanks again, Crow.
I really like Polter's answer to the creative advice question. I think it's so easy to forget that input and output are essential for your growth as an artist. If you do nothing but consume without trying to make something of your own, then you just stagnate. On the other hand, if you do nothing but create, your work will be uninspired and you'll never develop awareness as a viewer. Writing is just as important as reading, and vice versa. It's all a matter of your needs as a creator, and those needs will shift from day to day. As you create, learn about yourself, grow in tune with your creative needs, and figure out what works for you. Rob's work in the YouTube horror space is way too broad to cover in one of these intros, but I'm guessing that most of my viewers know Rob as the creator of Greylock. You already heard from Matt Reeves, the editor and VFX artist for the series, but Greylock is ultimately Rob's story, and it's been floating around in his head for a long time.
Hello everyone, my name is Rob Gavagan, and I am the creator of Greylock. What is your favorite piece of horror? Could be a video, a movie, a book, anything. Well, that's pretty much impossible to answer, but trying to. I'll say, regards to movies, I'd say The Exorcist, The Thing is definitely an inspiration for me. People will be able to tell that, though, if you've watched Tape 12. In regards to books, Stephen King, his writing is pretty remarkable. You can write in a number of different styles, which is really impressive. You know, like It is fantastic. I just love who It is, what he is, being a primordial eldritch god of fear and terror, and yeah, that's fantastic. Video games have also had quite an impact on me. Let's say Silent Hill video games are a wicked favorite of mine. They've left a very lasting impact, that's for sure. What is the most influential piece of non-horror media on your work? In general, I'd have to say J.R.R. Tolkien. Anyone who's familiar with Tolkien's writing knows that there's lore behind pretty much everything. The lore aspect is something I really love, so I implement that into what I do. There's a lot of things that I know about Greylock that viewers will never know, no matter what. And that's simply because it's not integral to the storytelling. It's not like you'd be missing anything by me not telling you. It's just that it's solely integral for the true world building. Because the way that I see it, people are basically refined by their experiences. And if you think of someone you know, like really well in your life, You don't know every experience they've ever had, obviously, right? But even if you did somehow, you don't know how it impacted or shaped them. Only they can know that, right? And that's perfectly okay. That's not something you'll ever lose sleep over. You know, it's something that each person has as a part of them that allows them to possess a very special uniqueness. And it's what makes them special to you and what makes them compatible with you if you know them as a friend. I feel like the same principle goes for fictional characters too. I feel like fictional characters without any sort of backstory, only made to exist in the story you're writing, they're kind of hollow at the end of the day, or they can be. They're not always, you know, and some characters are so small, it really doesn't matter all that much. But if you know a string of really like kind of important events in a really like a main character's history, and maybe that's information that isn't going out in the series you're making, right? No one finds out about that. They just know, hey, the guy's a jerk, right? But you know, well, there's more to it than that because this and this and this happened. It just allows you to write them more convincingly, and that's something that the audience can feel, in my opinion. Lore is kind of huge for me. Tolkien taught me that inadvertently, so I really enjoyed that aspect of it. So I'd say that Tolkien's he's the man. He's the man. We all know that. How has your experience covering harrowing real-world stories informed your work as a horror creator? Actually, it's been able to help me in a couple different ways, I'd say. The first way is that it's helped me to kind of be more accurate and keep things kind of more authentic. Obviously, there's a lot about Greylock that isn't, you know, realistic, and it's got the supernatural element to it, right? So, but there are a lot of elements to Greylock where it is real. It is something that, you know, that happens in real life. It is feeling fear is one of those things, right? So, knowing how people act when they're afraid, that's like kind of what I'm talking about. One of those things, knowing how devastated someone is when they lose somebody, something like that, or when they witness something horrible and what kind of impact that can have on them. It's kind of allowed me to learn more about that kind of side of the human condition, I suppose. And the second way in which it's helped me is that it's kind of helped me know when to step back and kind of change lenses. You know what I mean? So I'm not constantly looking through the same eerie, dark lens. Working on Seriously Strange, which I've been doing for over a decade now, is, you know, it's helped really increase my tolerance for this kind of thing. But at the same time, it does get to you. It certainly gets to you when you are just doing that and nothing else, which I've gotten into. I've gotten like kind of obsessive over cases before, trying to dig and trying to find some way to bring justice to some victim, even though it's not possible in my capacity to do that, right? So yeah, then all of a sudden you realize, usually once it's a little too past the point where you should have started to throttle back a little bit, that it's like, yeah, okay, I need to chill a little bit, because, you know, my dreams, you know, maybe they're not nightmares, but they're a little wonky, and you know, my appetite's a little weird. I'm feeling kind of depressed. I'm snappy, you know, stuff like that. It's just like irritable, you know, and then you realize, oh man, I've done nothing but focus on this horrific thing for, you know, the past month. So maybe I should start to recharge the old bats, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's showed me how to kind of detect that in myself and avoid going there. How did the idea for Greylock originate? I've honestly had a version of the idea for Greylock since I was about 14 years old. I was really obsessed with Mothman. I read the Mothman Prophecies by John A. Keel, and in that book he discusses thought forms and tulpas, and it just all fascinated me. And a number of the accounts of them, from what I've researched over the years and in the book, are just really creepy, and they usually don't turn out very well for the people who conjure them. And they just seemed like such an eerie thing to me. Yeah, I don't think I even have to explain why they're fascinating, right? You know, like manifesting some kind of entity with your human mind. I think that speaks for itself. So, but yeah, that's I've had a version of this idea in my head for, geez, it's I'm not gonna go to where I'm at in my age, but yeah, it's been a while. What made analog horror the right genre for Greylock? Were there other styles or genres that you considered? I think it was more so that Greylock was actually the right material for analog horror. That's because I grew up with analog horror, or I didn't grow up with analog horror, folks, but analog tech, right? I grew up with analog tech. I even have a lot of the same old analog tech that I've had since I was just a little kid. And I actually film with the same old 1980s Panasonic camcorder I used to make the stupid little videos when I was a kid with all my friends. You know, that thing, it's still kicking. You know, that's filmed a few episodes of Greylock, a few segments within some episodes. I have a number of other camcorders and stuff like that. But yeah, the point is I just had a lot of love for analog tech for a long time and a lot of love for horror for a long time. So it was just the natural kind of way to do it. How can horror creators incorporate real-world themes and events to make their stories scarier? Utilizing things like, you know, real locations, something that people just kind of seem to really enjoy, gravitate towards. It kind of adds somewhat of an ARG feel to things, which helps kind of blur the line between reality and, you know, your world's reality, which makes things inherently more frightening. But yeah, so a little bit of ARG into your project can really start to bleed through into the real world. And yeah, bleeding is pretty, nope, not gonna say that. Don't worry, Crow, I'm not gonna say it. Does any of the horror in Greylock draw from your own personal fears? I figure most people would be scared if they were in the Greylock universe, but yeah, there are things that I've implemented in Greylock already, things that I will implement into Greylock that are kind of something I personally really find, like I don't want anything to do with, such as like fear of going mad. That's something I think everyone pretty much doesn't want. Fear of losing loved ones. Who wants that? Nobody. I have a healthy aversion to corrupt and conspiratorial government. That's something I'm not fond of. There's a fear of the unknown, you know? Geez, we don't even know what's in our own oceans, and we're talking about going to other planets, right? Talk about hubris, am I right? There's a fear of the human mind, other people, what they're thinking, what they're doing. What can the human mind actually do? Truth is, we don't really understand consciousness, right? We don't understand how that whole thing works. There's a lot about the brain we have not even gotten to the door to begin unlocking. So yeah, that's pretty, that can be kind of scary. What is the best piece of creative advice you've ever gotten? So there are two things that come to mind. One, originality is pretty much dead, okay? Everything's practically been done, okay? So, that being said, any idea you come up with, in some way, I mean, yes, you could say, I'm gonna make an analog horror about a whale with a rocket strapped to its head, and he goes around and terrorizes a bunch of orphan bears in the forest because the whale actually has the DNA of a gorilla and doesn't have to be underwater all the time. Like, yeah, you could make something like that up, and you know what? Sounds scary. Actually, I'm gonna do that. I said it first. Generally, things that are really great have already been done, and techniques have been used, and a bunch of people out there are like, you know, original, it needs to be this, it needs to be that, and you know, oh geez, another analog horror already has done something like that. They've already touched upon that. They've already used that technique. Yes, of course. Have you ever watched horror movies? Horror movies and stuff, you know, like suspense scenes and whatnot, they have a formula to them. It is what it is. That formula is not going to change because people haven't changed what puts them into suspense, right? I feel, and this is how I came Seriously Strange, you kind of got to take elements from things that you really love, pieces of media that have inspired you, take elements from those things, your favorite parts of each, and just kind of crush them into one thing that's new. You know what I mean? And old becomes new again. The second bit of advice I've gotten is tell the story you want to hear. You know, when it comes to creating analog horror or creating anything. I've watched so many horror movies. So many. I don't think there's ever been one to fully scratch the itch that I have. So I kind of sat down and said, why am I not making it then? If no one else is, why am I waiting for someone? Why am I waiting for them, right? I should do that. I should make the story I want to hear told. And a lot of the time, if you just tell a story that you would love, people will flock to it like crazy. Don't worry about how weird you are. Unless you're weird in a bad way. You know? You know what I mean, right? Of course you do. Are there any other creators aside from yourself that you'd like more people to check out? In terms of analog horror series, heck yes. Midwest Angelica is great, tragically underrated. Wicked well done, visual effects top notch. The McKinney Family Home Videos, that's one I covered on my channel. I might have been the first person to cover it. I think I was, but I could be wrong. And now a few other creators have covered it, which is really cool, and they're getting attention, and that's great because they have really super high quality. Alex Archives is another one, definitely worth checking out because it's phenomenal. They actually create a video series, analog horror video series for the old Ted the Caver creepypasta. It's wonderful. They actually go spelunking throughout the series. Actual, like, caving. They're in a legitimate cave. And that kind of thing just, you know. If you know me, you know how I am with authenticity and... beautiful. So, definitely, I can't recommend Alex Archives enough there. So, I mean, there are tons of different people I could talk about. But I'm going to forget somebody, and so I'm just going to keep it 3. I'm sorry. Sorry, everyone else. But just go watch analog horror, okay? Go consume things, okay? See what you like. You're going to find something you love, okay? I promise. Finally, where's the best place for people to find you and your work? Well, if anyone wants to check out Greylock, you can search it on YouTube. The actual username is @GreylockHorror. If you like me, which you probably don't, you can just go to my main channel, which is Rob Gavagan, or @RobGavagan, where I've made a bunch of true crime stuff, whole catalog of stuff you can look through, a bunch of horror and mystery stuff. It's usually focused on actual cases, but yeah, so if that's your thing, then that's where you can go to get some from me. Also, I have a Facebook page, social media, just look up Rob Gavagan. That's it, @Rob Gavagan or whatever. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you around. And thank you majorly to Curmudgeon for having me as a part of this project. This has been really cool, and I hope that it helps people out. I really do. And have fun out there. Keep creating. Stay creepy. And other 25-cent taglines that I can't think of right now. Thanks again, everybody. This is Rob Gavagan, creator of Greylock, signing off.
When I think of the story of Greylock, I think of one word: cryptic. Greylock is by far the most difficult series to analyze that I have covered on this channel. Every time you think you've dug to the bottom of the mystery, you inevitably uncover a dozen new layers and connections that you'd completely missed before. Not only that, but so much of the series branches out and connects to real-world events, theories, and conspiracies, offering new paths to explore and research, and creating a narrative that seems to grow deeper and deeper the longer you look into it. To me, it's kind of the gold standard when it comes to an analog horror series where theory crafting is just part of the point. Reelworks is the smallest creator represented in this video. His analog horror series, the Ostravia tapes, is a favorite of ours over on the Discord server. I even had the honor to voice act for an episode. I really wanted to show a broad range of creative opinions in this video, and I think that many horror creators who are worried about making the leap to creating their first series can benefit from hearing from other, smaller creators. What is your favorite piece of horror? I consume a lot of horror, but far and away my favorite piece of horror is the Wolfman unrated cut from 2010, directed by Joe Johnston. Not a lot of people know about it, and those who do tend to find it boring or something. It's a pretty niche subset of horror based around more atmosphere and classic monsters than slashers or paranormal horror like we see nowadays. It's a loving homage to classic Universal monsters, but also a borderline Shakespearean tragedy. The tragedy is my favorite part of The Wolfman. The film has a lot of tension, but the horror almost takes a backseat to the family story and the themes of betrayal and manipulation. Humanity and ill-fated romance accent all the cool scenes of werewolves running around and tearing people apart. Basically, all of it is perfect, in my opinion. It inspired a lot of my horror style. I always wanted to recreate those lavish locations and gothic atmosphere to have in my horror projects, and I've been trying to replicate the costume design and special effects work ever since I first saw it. Honestly, all the Universal horror movies are a huge inspiration. I mean, one of the episodes of the Ostravia tapes is literally a reimagining of Frankenstein in World War II. What is the most influential piece of non-horror media on your work? One that's influenced my work in a weirdly constant way is, surprisingly, The Death of Stalin. It's a black comedy, political satire movie, and one of my favorite films. One of the main aspects to it is the way it's filmed. It's shot like a documentary with lots of moving, shaky cameras. It's an interesting look because it can be applied to many different genres. For tense scenes, it can create a sense of confusion and chaos, and for comedic scenes, it adds a sense of authenticity or awkwardness. I've applied it to some of my horror short films, as well as the Ostravia tapes. In particular, I wanted to use this technique in the documentary scenes and in the Season 1 finale, which I'm still working on. It's got the most striking blend of comedy and horror, and the style of The Death of Stalin works surprisingly well for it. How have you drawn inspiration from other stories to create your analog horror series? Ostravia was definitely inspired a lot by other stories, Vita Carnis and Dreams of an Insomniac being the two main ones. Vita Carnis inspired the ensemble monster cast, as well as the speculative biology elements, which I tried to morph into a kind of speculative ecosystem. Additionally, I loved Dreams of an Insomniac's storytelling and the way it drip feeds things to the viewer. Of course, like I mentioned before, the Universal monster movies also directly inspired some of the series episodes, as well as the general vibes. What does your process for making an episode of Ostravia look like? I have a timeline of events for the series, and depending on if I'm able to do the episode with what I have available and if it works in the narrative, I usually start with writing. Then, I begin constructing the episode in Premiere Pro. That's where I work on basically everything except art, stock images, and photoshopped images. If it needs voice actors, I'll either get in contact with friends, random dudes on Crow's Discord server, or I'll use text-to-speech if I need something more specific. If it has any live action segments, I'll go film those, or dig through my camera roll to see if I can find something. Seriously, I have a worrying amount of videos of me walking through the woods just lying around. Then it's just final touches and uploading the episode. What tropes in analog horror have you tried to avoid? Which ones have you embraced? Personally, I've never been the biggest fan of random religious tie-ins. Not that I have any problem with religious horror, but after the Mandela catalog, random Bible verses showing up in series to add to the spooky just never really clicked. I've generally tried to keep the Ostravia tapes science-based, which I think is pretty unique. Obviously, stuff like Urban Spook kind of put a damper on the text-on-black exposition with spooky images, but once I get more resources, I'm definitely going to try and distance myself from that kind of presentation. I've also tried to avoid PSAs, focusing more on nature documentaries for creature lore dumps. I've definitely tried to embrace things that have come recently, sort of like Vita Carnis with an ensemble monster cast and speculative biology. What has been the greatest struggle you've faced creating your series? Resources. Getting voice actors, locations, practical props, and even some art is insanely hard. It's my fault for making my first analog horror attempt such a large endeavor, but I've definitely had to change some of the episodes chronologically so I can stall for time to at least attempt a consistent upload schedule. I've been trying to flesh things out like world building with the community posts, but getting such a big idea done the way I wanted it with the limited skill set I have has definitely been the biggest struggle. What is your favorite aspect of your own series? Not to pat myself on the back, but I'm personally really proud of the world building and general ideas of the series. Having scares that aren't just loud noises is a bit hard, and still something that I'm getting used to, so I'm focusing on the world of the series itself to entice people. Remember that ideas and writing are 100% free, even if you don't have 3D modeling skills, real puppets, or even voice actors. I really like the idea of a new landmass with new creatures and their own ecosystem. It's been fun speculating new monsters, plants, and even the world's reaction to such a monumental event. It draws inspiration from other works, but especially further down the line, I think it's going to end up as something really special. What is the best piece of creative advice you've ever gotten? I don't remember exactly who said it, but I was hanging out with my friends and we were discussing the kinds of films we wanted to make. Personally, I've always hated overly artsy films, and as a filmmaker, one of the things I strive for is entertaining the audience. At the time, I was perfectly content with making just alright movies that people would enjoy in the moment. One of my friends said, "If you never strive to make anything better than good, you'll never make something great." In retrospect, that basically means make something that's actually good. But it definitely helped me aspire to take my art beyond pure entertainment. Pleasing audiences is still a goal, but that helped me to strive to have my art mean something. It's a slow process, but it's one that I hope to eventually have both in my films and in the Ostravia tapes. Are there any other creators aside from yourself that you'd like more people to check out? The guys I make films with, specifically my best friends who helped with Ostravia tapes and my other films. And, of course, the guy who plays Chad Tetra. Finally, where's the best place for people to find you and your work? My YouTube channel, Reelworks Pictures. It branches into both my side channels, including the Ostravia tapes, and also my friends' channels who I collaborate with regularly. We've all done non-Ostravia related horror content as well. Overall, I think what impresses me most about the Ostravia tapes is the way that Reelworks combines ideas from different sources to get something that feels fresh. There's some clear inspiration from other titans in the genre like Vita Carnis, but it never feels like it's copying from it. The creator's unique experiences with other stories clearly comes through in the work. If you're looking for another new series to check out, I highly recommend that you give the Ostravia tapes a try. Oh, and of course, vote for Chad Tetra. With this being something of a 100,000 subscriber special, it's only right to include the person who's been the most instrumental in making this channel a reality. Mrs. Crow, my wife, has been my constant companion in horror for over 5 years now. We've gone through just about every story that I've mentioned together, and she's been so supportive of this channel, even before it was a viable career path. What is your favorite piece of horror?
That's a tough one because there are so many good stories. My favorite horror video game would have to be Resident Evil 7. I love how varied the kinds of horror themes are in one game. I enjoy the terror of being trapped with highly unstable freaks who are trying to murder you. The family, mind you, not the black mold monsters. You're navigating this bug-infested labyrinth, and you're constantly inflicting pain upon yourself just to survive. It's sure to touch on at least one of each player's many fears. My favorite part of the game is the birthday room. Trying to solve the puzzles to break out of the deadly escape room is an especially unique taste breaker from the rest of the game that adds so much to the game as a whole.
What is your favorite piece of non-horror media?
Les Mis is one of my favorite musicals. I love all of the characters in it and how all their stories feel separate at first, but become intertwined. So much thought is put into the design and purpose of each character. The story moves the audience to feel angry for the rights of those oppressed, disgusted by the greed of the innkeeper and his family, excited for falling in love, and saddened by the loss of war. In particular, Javert and Jean Valjean are perfect foils for one another, contrasting judgment and mercy. Theirs is a battle we all must face. Are we deserving of judgment, or can we be gifted mercy? As a member of the audience, I can tell that the perseverance of justice guides the audience to continue reading or watching. We want Jean Valjean to get a second chance at life. We want Cosette to find safety and love. We have in our hearts the knowledge of true justice, and with every turn of the page, we beg the author to let justice come to light.
What makes something scary?
Ambiguity is the scariest aspect of horror. That, combined with my own imagination. Each viewer is going to create their own scariest monster in their mind because it's personally scariest to them. Once the creator reveals their monster and what it can do, the audience will become drastically less scared of it. It's no longer the scariest thing that each individual can imagine, but it becomes an averagely scary thing that may or may not hold a knife to the specific fears of each audience member.
How has your sense of horror changed over time?
At first, all horror stories were terrifying to me, including Scooby-Doo, Gremlins, and Monster House. As I got older, I eased in gradually with A Quiet Place that I first watched with my dad, and then I moved on to creepypastas. While Crow and I were dating, I would have to talk to him on the phone late into the night because I had gotten frightened by a story. Additionally, Stranger Things was a great transition into horror because most of the time it was just about kids hanging out, but then each episode would hint at the monster lurking around the town in the forests. With each of these pieces of media, I had no idea what to expect in each episode or how far each writer or director would take things. Now I have experienced many horror stories, and I know their common tropes. While I'm not personally as scared by them, I enjoy seeing how each story unfolds, wondering if it will get to me more than I expect it to.
What was the last story that kept you up at night?
10 Cloverfield Lane was the last story that I watched that really kept me up at night. The tension between the actors was so immense because I never knew what John Goodman's character would do or how he would react to different scenarios. Talk about ambiguity of behaviors and emotions. You never knew when things were fine or when the characters' lives were about to be threatened. As a viewer, I wanted to think that maybe the old man was just a fun guy with some odd quirks, but the more I learned about him, the more I hated him. As I kept watching, I saw that he was capable of more and more evil, and he had no remorse for his actions. The biggest reason it bothered me was that the situation felt real. Being tricked by a psychopath to seem like he was helping when he was actually the most dangerous threat reflected real events that have been recorded in true crime time and time again, so that it made it way more intense. When his house finally exploded with him inside, I still felt more afraid that he had somehow survived than anything the main protagonist faced outside his home. The fear of his unpredictable rage lived past his grave, as many of our real fears have lived beyond theirs.
What is the scariest monster in horror and why?
To me, the scariest monster is from Masterpiece. Masterpiece is a creepypasta about this creature that has killed both of your parents while you were sleeping. It has smeared their blood on the wall with a message that says, "I know you're awake," and it is waiting patiently at the end of your bed to proudly show you what it has done. Once it has revealed to you its masterpiece of murder, it will kill you too. I hate the idea of a creature staring at me while I'm sleeping. Growing up, my main plan of defense to such a nightmare would have been to call out to my parents. But if they were already dead, I would have been defenseless. Part of the reason this story strikes me to the core is my childhood fear of gremlins. I watched Gremlins when I was 7 years old, and after seeing that movie every night, I would imagine that a gremlin had crept into my room as soon as I had turned out the lights. I believed that it wanted to murder me with an axe, but that it was waiting for me to roll over and look at it first. It was a very paralyzing situation that I put myself into. Hearing the story of Masterpiece slightly rekindled this buried fear.
How would you like to see the genre grow going forward? What would make analog horror as a whole better?
I really enjoy horror that connects you with a group of characters who grow and change throughout the story. So many horror stories focus mainly on the scary monster, but it truly becomes terrifying when you become attached to the characters. For example, Crow and I were playing through Until Dawn, which is essentially a fairly high-definition interactive horror story. Originally, all of the characters seemed like jerks, but as we played through the game, we started connecting with Mike, the jock-like character, because he had bonded with a dog during the game. Soon, we felt paralyzed to play his character anymore because we didn't want to see him get killed. We have still not finished the game for this reason, and it has been multiple years. When you design a character well enough, the scariest thing is to fear that something deadly could happen to them.
What is the best piece of creative advice you've ever gotten?
You can only edit something that you have started. What that basically means is that if all your ideas are in your head and not on paper, it's hard to grow those ideas, change those ideas, and expand on those ideas. A blank page will not allow you to organize your thoughts, but once you start writing, that is when your creativity can bloom. When I was writing in middle school, I was so nervous to write down any ideas because I thought they would be dumb or unimportant. But as I grew in writing experience, I learned that I almost had to write down my dumbest thoughts just to get them out of the way so I could clearly identify my good ideas that had potential. Basically, just start writing, even if it's dumb, because you can organize and grow your thoughts so much better once you start writing and letting your thoughts flow onto paper.
Are there any creators you'd like more people to check out?
Please check out the Magnus Archives, which is a podcast that tells a series of scary stories that begin to build on one another. Crow and I have begun listening through it, and it's filled with so many unique and creative tales that keep you on the edge of your seat. Additionally, on Netflix, there is an Egyptian horror series called Paranormal. I highly recommend you check that out, as it's so underrated since it's not an American TV show. I had no idea how much I was going to love the story and characters when I first started watching, but it's easily one of my favorite horror shows. The quality of filmmaking and acting in it is top-notch, which makes it a hidden gem. If you're looking for something ghostly but not too ghastly, I would highly recommend Lockwood & Company. This fun and spooky British show has charming characters that work together to fight the many ghosts haunting this fictional version of London. I have always enjoyed bonding with the characters from each story, rooting for them to make it out alive, and Paranormal and Lockwood expertly crafted this emotional draw into the story.
I've learned a lot from Mrs. Crow, but the most applicable lesson that I could share with you is this: support is crucial. A few years ago, I was telling Mrs. Crow about an idea for a story that I had, and she stopped me to tell me, "You should just quit your job and write." I didn't do that right away, but I think that might have been the most meaningful thing anyone has ever said to me. Having a community that supports your creative efforts makes a bigger difference than anything else, whether that be your family, friends, an audience, or a spouse. In my case, I have been immeasurably blessed to have them all, and I'm endlessly thankful for that. So, here we are at the final interview with a creator who hardly needs an introduction, considering like 95% of you are already subscribed to him. Wendigoon is a horror analyst and storyteller who's made a massive impact on the internet horror community, spotlighting small series and generally getting everyone more invested in the genre by just being so darn passionate about horror. Of course, that's not all he does. His videos covering conspiracies, books, and Bible stories are all also fantastic. But the success of it all results from one thing. The dude is a great storyteller.
Thank you very much, Crowmudgeon, for having me on, and thank you for counting my opinion as something that matters enough to ask me these questions. Question 1, what is your favorite piece of horror? I love a lot of different things for different reasons. The one I always say is like John Carpenter's The Thing, just because it combines so many elements of like body horror, of like creature feature. It's really an inspiration towards a lot of the stuff that I find interesting. But as far as like something that scares me effectively, there's a lot of modern films I think do a great job. Things like Hereditary, for example. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff, and horror's kind of like a broad distinction depending on how you apply it. Like, a lot of people would consider some depictions of hell to be terrifying, and if that were the case, I would say maybe something like the Divine Comedy might be up there. Hi, I'm also going to pop in here every now and then because I was stupid and had my audio settings messed up on the first recording, so here we go again. Basically, it's hard to give one specific project, but things like The Thing or Divine Comedy or what have you would all be up there. Question 2, what is the most influential piece of non-horror media on your work? I'll go from saying, or I'll refrain from saying other YouTubers because that'd be kind of a gimme, right? Like when I started YouTube, I saw a bunch of creators like Nexpo and Nick Crowley and Mr. Gigi who covered horror content and just talked about it. And then other YouTubers like Charlie, Moist Critical and stuff who were able to make a lot out of just their personalities. And that was very inspirational to me. But as far as any piece of work, I've talked about this before on the channel and in podcasts and stuff like that. But when the film No Country for Old Men was so inspirational to me that it kind of threw me into wanting to tell stories. and that's kind of a story in its own right. But that would definitely be the media that has done the most for me. But yeah, other YouTubers, peers, I would say. Question 3, how do you define storytelling? Storytelling can be a lot of things. Most people kind of have the traditional view of it that, there's narratives, like movies, books, stuff like that. That would all be storytelling. But also relaying stories is its own form of storytelling as well. As a matter of fact, it's one of the most traditional versions of it, right? Like legends, campfire stories, myths. Those are passed down years and years. So it's not so much the actual creation of the story that the orator has to know how to do, as much as it is the retelling of it, how to properly engage an audience, how to be interesting, how to get details across. You're still being a storyteller even if you didn't necessarily come up with the story. But storytelling extends to other things too, like journalism, documentaries, things like that. I think everyone needs some degree of storytelling in order to succeed socially, because even if you're doing something as simple as telling someone you're talking to about how like something that happened to you, or trying to explain some social situation, I think to be socially engaging you need some level of proper storytelling. Maybe not as much as like I focus on it being my job and all. Not to say I'm good, but to say that it's certainly important. It would help if I could be good at it. But yeah, storytelling can be all kinds of things, more so than just like the traditional thought a lot of people have regarding it. Question 4, how should a horror story depart from the storytelling in other genres? Horror ultimately is, there's like different ways to say this, but at the end of the day, horror is based on the unknown, right? All stories are kind of based on questions, will this thing happen? Or will this thing be kept from happening? Where will these characters progress? But horror builds a lot of its best details around the questions, right? Like, can this thing be stopped? Or what is it? What does it want? The questions are kind of indicative to the center point of the story. So build your questions well. That way you can better prop up the mystery of your story, because often it's in the unknown or the currently unexplained that we get such great fear or tension. And a lot of our payoff that will be delivered later is dependent on how well we ask the question. Sometimes a scary face isn't going to be as effective to some people as it is others, as will things like gore or violence or what have you. But what can be pretty universal across the board is questions, the unknown, allowing the worst parts of their imagination to fill in the gaps. So really highlighting your questions, allowing them to do well, and then making sure that it's okay to leave some unanswered, but if someone's just asked a bunch of questions with no answers, that would, not be fun. So answering them in a satisfying way as well. Question 5, what to you makes a story scary? Kind of what I said with question 4 is the questions, the unknown, the mysterious nature of it. There's so many specific things that scare me, like specific maybe faces or features or specific events, scenarios, that when the story gives me enough room to kind of fill in the blanks with the parts that scare me the most, that's when it tends to be the most terrifying, because there's not going to be another carbon copy of me out there who puts everything in the movie exactly the way that I think it would be the most terrifying. And I also think that's a good thing, because if I were to see all of that made manifest, it would probably lose some of the effect that it has up here. But allowing me to have room to fill in the worst parts of that imagination goes a long way. Question 6, what makes analog horror special? Is it the specific stories that have been told in the genre, or something about the genre itself? That is a very good question. So analog horror is kind of, like true analog horror based around analog tech. There's stuff like Local 58, Gemini Home Entertainment, stuff like the Mandela catalog that I would say would still fit into it with at least some of its media. But then there's other stuff that's also considered analog horror that doesn't really count, like a lot of like Kane Pixel's work and stuff like that. But I'll kind of just for the sake of this question, wrap it all into one. I think what's interesting about it, for one, is on the creator side, because it is such independent projects, creators can put their full vision into form. Sometimes that works out fantastic, sometimes not so much, and that's what's fun about it. It is pure, unadulterated creativity, and I love to see it for that reason. But I think one of the reasons it's had such the staying power it has is because of the talent we've seen, you know, kind of let out there. When it first started with things like Local 58, the ability to recreate the feeling of old broadcast stations is unmatched, and really mind-blowing that it can be done to such a degree that we've seen it done at this point time and time again, and other things like Gemini Home Entertainment, or with things like Vintage 8. And then you also have like so many cool stories that can be told with it. Things like the Mandela catalog, which of course I'm partial to. I mean, there's so many different variations and styles you could do with it. Now we see like the really late stage effect of it when you get to like Kane Pixels between The Oldest View or his Backroom series. Like, even though they're not really analog horror, but as far as like YouTube horror off of that genre goes, there's so much that can be done with it. The possibilities are near limitless, that it has me eager to see, you know, what the next level is going to be, what's going to top that. And it's really cool to watch all these creative filmmakers build out their passion in such a unique way. I truly think that the next wave of like directors, be that if Hollywood continues to be like the main thing that storytellers come from, or if it becomes sort of an online community and that's where the most popular stories come from, whatever the next wave of storytellers is going to be, I think we're seeing them begin their story right now on YouTube in a lot of these like analog horror spaces and stuff like that. It's really inspiring. Question 7. If someone asked you, how do I tell a good story with no additional context, what would you tell them? I would say know what makes your story work, right? This can apply to anything. If we're talking personal stories, like someone is wanting to get better at kind of what I mentioned earlier, relaying their own information, know what parts to emphasize, know which part of the story is the carrot on your stick, know what's your punchline, and kind of learn where to hang it out and build your other details around it. If details work to make the reward more successful, then include them. And if they don't add to it, then don't include them. Learn where to trim the fat and where to keep it. And as far as like, if we're talking about, you know, making YouTube videos, or if we're talking about writing, then learn the strengths of your medium. I would say look at other people within that medium, see what works for them, what doesn't, and then take notes. It really depends on the specifics of your topic, but at the end of the day, know why your story deserves to be told and cater things around that. There's so many people I see who, like, I was talking about it with my wife the other day. There's so many people that interesting things happen to, but they are incapable of telling it in an interesting way, so they just come across as boring. But just a little bit of knowing, like, when I tell other people about this, I should emphasize this part of it, or this should be my punchline. A lot of the times, horror stories especially, but a lot of the times it's like telling a joke, right? Like, you have your punchline, and then everything else you're doing is set up to get to that punchline. So figure out the most effective way to get to the point of the story in the most rewarding way you can for the listener. And yeah, the rest will kind of fall into place after that. Question 8. What is the best piece of creative advice you've ever gotten? Man, there's a lot of stuff for that. I remember my dad, when I told him I wanted to start YouTube, said a man's going to know what he needs to do because he's going to have a hard time doing anything else. I think about that a lot when it comes to being a creator, like what, you know, other creative ventures and stuff like that. But as far as when it comes to writing, things like that, really, I think the thing that I struggle with the most and the thing that helps me the most is the advice of simply just write the story. I remember being in my senior English class, and we were talking about like how you can properly tell a story in like second drafts. You're like, oh, well, I want to write about this, but I haven't got this section of the story figured out, or I want to talk about this thing, but I don't know how I'm going to get to this part of it yet. And I remember like the teacher just being like, the best advice I can give is write the damn story. And of course, we were in high school, so hearing the teacher say damn was really cool. But unironically, it will not be perfect the first time. There is no one, maybe a couple people, but they're losers. Don't try to be them, who will write something perfect on the first try. They write it down, and then now that it exists, you have something to work off of. The number of people who approach me, both online and in person, and will say something to the effect of, I'm starting a YouTube channel, I don't know what videos I should make. Or, hey, tell me what kind of videos I should make. Like, I know this person to know what, what's best for their future on YouTube or what have you. There's so many people who are so terrified of putting out a rough draft or a first video that they never make videos in the first place. And I've got news for you. You'll never get to that 20th, 30th, 50th video you're happy with if you don't start on the first one. So yeah, the best advice I can give from my English teacher, write the damn story. Question 9. Are there any other creators aside from yourself that you'd like more people to check out? Oh man, there's a ton. Hold on. I could name probably 100 channels that are smaller than myself in subscriber count, but far better in content and far more deserving of attention. So I'll give a few. One of them is Paper Will. Paper Will has made these huge videos looking into histories of media among things like cults or North Korea and stuff that requires a lot of effort, and they tell it so well. Their visuals are great. I've shouted them out on my channel before because they deserve it, but yeah, check out Paper Will. Lemon makes some of my favorite documentaries about some topics I never knew I was interested in until he brings them up. I love everything he does with his content. The ending of the Everest discrepancy video, I think about at least once a week. It's one of the coolest endings to a YouTube video. And not only that, but I'm so jealous of the Everest discrepancy video because I've wanted to make a video on that topic, but he did it so perfectly that there's no reason for me to. But yeah, check out Lemon. And lastly, for now, I'll say Jacob Geller. Jacob Geller analyzes a lot of horror media. Some of his videos have gotten very popular, like Fear of the Cold or Fear of the Depths, but he's really deserving of far more success than even the success he's gotten. Like the way he looks at media, especially horror media, and his approach to it, like from a mental perspective, is so unique. I always love hearing whatever he has to say. Anytime he posts a video, I drop whatever I'm doing to watch it. So he definitely deserves it. So there's a few creators. Like I said, I can name so many more. But yeah, check out those 3 and you'll be starting off in a great position. Finally, where's the best place for people to find you and your work? Well, that's very kind of you to ask. Right here on YouTube at Wendigoon is by far the best place, but I also have 3 podcasts now. Creepcast with Meat Canyon, The Red Thread with Charlie and Jackson Clark, and the Weird Bible podcast with The Lore Lodge. I am working with Evan Royalty and Stephen Hancock on the Stalker film, which we're selling tour tickets of right now. And is there anything else? There's more places I might be in the works for now, but for now, I think that's it, although I'm probably wrong. Oh, and I have a second channel where I do live streams and stuff like that called Wendigang. Kids, if you ever make a YouTube channel, just have the one channel. It's not it's not worth it. But just kidding. Curmudgeon, thank you very much for allowing me to come on and answer these questions. It means a lot that you all would value my opinion, and Curmudgeon is a fantastic creator on and off camera. So you all be sure to show him some love.
Since this is the last outro, it's gonna be slightly longer. I know tons of horror creators who have been inspired by Wendigoon's videos, and as I mentioned earlier, I'm one of them. I've been watching his videos for a few years now, since the early days of the conspiracy theory iceberg back in 2021, and there have always been 2 things that really impressed me about Wendigoon's work. Firstly, the fact that he covers horror in a laid-back, relaxed way that makes it accessible to a wider audience. I'd already been watching people like Nexpo and Nightmind for years by the time I found Wendigoon's channel, so I didn't even know that you could successfully run a horror channel without trying to make it as scary as possible. His videos taught me that you can talk about horror however you like, and as long as you're working hard to make something you enjoy, you can find an audience for it. That's what convinced me to become a creator instead of just a consumer. The second thing that impressed me about Wendigoon's videos is his storytelling. He communicates information in such a way that it always feels like it's building up to something. He makes it feel important. He puts just the right emphasis on just the right things to suck you into whatever he's covering, whether it's a video about some ancient piece of Christian fanfiction, an analog horror series, or a very real, very serious tragedy. No matter the topic, the storytelling is always superb. And that's what got me thinking about everything I've talked about in this video. Around the same time that I started covering analog horror on this channel, Wendigoon posted a video titled The Most Painful Death Ever, which is an absolutely unhinged title, but that's not the point. The point is, I got to the end of this video and all I could think was, wow, what's this guy doing that I'm not? Well, the answer was that Wendigoon is just a better storyteller than I am, and that pushed me to grow. I've got to hand it to Wendigoon that this video got made at all, because when I trace back the chain of events leading to now, I think that video was the one that made me realize why storytelling matters. It's the video that proved to me that storytelling was a skill. It inspired me to create. It inspired me to grow, to come up with better ideas, to make better videos, to tell better stories. Analog horror is dying. I really don't know if I agree with that sentiment. Analog horror has always had highs and lows, and it has always lived by its highs. Marble Hornets, Local 58, Gemini Home Entertainment, the Mandela Catalog, the Monument Mythos, and so many more. We love analog horror, not just because of the stylistic standards of the genre, but because of the stories that came out of it. If analog horror has ever lived, it's because of the individual creators who told the best stories that they possibly could. And if analog horror truly is dying, and if you want to save it, the only way that happens is through talented storytellers making their ideas real. But not every horror story should be an analog horror story. If your idea is better served in some other genre, by all means, I encourage you to explore that genre. I've tried to include voices from all over the internet in this video. Respected creators who come from outside the analog horror bubble, so that you can see what avenues are available to you. You could get together with some friends to make a traditional short film. You could tackle digital horror, tapping into your experiences and fears surrounding the internet. You could even try your hand at making a horror game. There are tons of tutorials and free resources online to get you started. Heck, maybe your story benefits from having no visuals at all. Creepypasta has seen a much appreciated resurgence lately. Whatever you do, just do what's good for your story and for yourself as a storyteller. I'm not sure what the effect of this video will be. It could save the genre by equipping creators with better tools and advice for storytelling. Or it could kill analog horror by directing those creators to other genres entirely. When I started to send out interview questions to the wonderful creators who helped make this vision a reality, I had some idea of the advice I wanted to give you. I had all these plans for the techniques that I would share with you, the examples I would use, and the way I would present all of it. And when the interviews finally started rolling in, I realized that there was one thing I needed to focus on above anything else, because when I started going through the interviews, I noticed a pattern. And I mean, how could I not? The human mind is always looking for patterns. Looking through all the interviews, it seems like just about every other creator that you heard from, at some point or another, realized that the most important step of their creative journey was the first. The moment when they decided to make something, anything. So, to you, a lover of stories from us storytellers, I offer one final piece of advice, or maybe it's more of a request. For the sake of this genre that we all care about, take your first step and please make something. I'm Curmudgeon. Thanks for watching. And that's the video. Honestly, I can't believe that it's finally done and up on the internet. I've been working on this video for like 3 months straight. Like, I think some people thought I was dead, but anyway. I have so many terrific people to thank for helping me make this vision a reality, so I'm going to take these last few minutes to do just that. First and foremost, I need to say thank you to everyone who has watched and subscribed to the channel. I've basically spent the last 15 years trying to figure out what makes a story good, and I only ever made any progress once you guys showed up, and boy, did you show up. Every lesson in this video, I learned because of you. The amount of feedback, support, encouragement, and kindness that you have poured out for this channel is unimaginable, and I will forever appreciate what you have done both for me as a creator and as an individual. I also owe a very special thanks to everyone who believed in this channel enough to become a member or a patron. Making massive videos like this can be kind of stressful since I rely on YouTube for income now, but you guys help make projects like this possible, and I hope that you feel like I've delivered on my promises with this video. Thank you all so much. And hey, if you thought that the thumbnail for this video was awesome, I want to shout out the thumbnail artist who helped make this video everything it could be. Firstly, a huge thanks to Frostchild Studios for these designs. They both turned out looking so cool, and you can certainly expect to see their art in future thumbnails as well. I also want to give a thanks to Pastra for this design, in addition to his role in the video. I've always thought that Pastra made some of the sickest thumbnails on like the whole website, so I'm honored to display a piece of their art here on my channel too. Next up, a massive thanks to every creator who participated in this gigantic collaboration. If this project had just been me rambling about writing for an hour, this video would have no hope of achieving its goal of helping people tell better stories. It's your wisdom, experience, and insight that give this video credibility, and I'm so excited to see how your voices will shape our little corner of horror going forward. And I thank you all for taking a chance on little old me. Also, another huge thanks to Makeship for collaborating with me on the MUDGEON Plush petition, and to Daniel DeCase for doing the plush concept art. Whenever I bought this little fella, I thought it would be so cool to make our own plush one day. I mean, people in the Discord can tell you, I've been wanting to make this little guy for well over a year now. So the idea that it might actually be real soon gets me super hyped. Like, I'm really hoping to be able to just set our little abomination back here among the icons from all the series that I adore. Of course, that only happens if the plush petition succeeds, so it's really all in your hands. And of course, I have to give a massive thanks to Scentbird. As a reminder, if you scan my QR code, use the link in the description, or use my code CROW, then you'll get 55% off your first month. So head on over and let them know just how much we appreciate them on this channel. Once again, scan the QR code, use the link in the description, or use code CROW for 55% off. And hey, even though I already said it, there's really no other way to end a Curmudgeon video than this, is there? So, I'm Curmudgeon. Thanks for 100,000 subscribers. And thanks for watching.
Write the damn story.